Grand Rising, everybody.
Hey, Big Willie, please not gonna be here. Will. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right over here. Yeah. Big Willie.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See, what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker. When the cosmos talking, that's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought, I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Not all liver supplements are made the same. Your liver carries out over 500.
Hey, I apologize for everybody. Grand Rising. Young man, flat
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say? Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
What would it feel like to wake up on your terms, work from anywhere, and actually enjoy what you do while helping others? My name is Alex Conner. I'm the founder of Business Lending Blueprint. I had the privilege of helping over 4,000 people start their own.
This that Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium. Fresh from the FedEx, yes, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear this shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will. You cry. When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now and got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My eagle love getting blown like a blammer. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention. And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming. Executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous. Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the non-sprayer. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain. It got faker, but the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. You going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck ahead, be Choose some,
My bad,
move some,
I'm in a live
choose some,
environment. Like
move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down. Choose some, move some, choose some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down. Choose some.
My bad,
move some,
I'm in a live
choose some,
environment.
move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down. Choose some, move some, choose some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down. Choose some.
It's so easy to become a podcast artist. You just need a concept and a way to
room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom,
First
he
go
gon'
to
go down.
riverside.fm and open an account. And now be able to capture high-quality video and audio from
Put us in the
practically
same
anywhere
room,
in
he
the
gon' go
world.
down.
When it comes to editing, Riverside is perfect. Even if you have so easy to become a podcast or AI tools, just need a concept and a way to
room, he gon' go down.
First go to riverside.fm and open an account. house, and more song, show song, audio song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Nigga, what's that phone? Show song, share song, more song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Nigga, with that phone, we gon' go live. Show song, more song, show song, audio song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Nigga, what's that phone? We gon' go live. Show song, share song, more song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Nigga, with that phone, we gon' go live. Show song, more song, show song, audio song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Nigga, what's that phone?
Big dog, that goes. Mic check.
Just need a concept and a way. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go live. Show song, more song, show song, audio song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go live. Show song, share song, more song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go live. Show song, more song, show song, audio song. Put us in the same room, we gon' when it comes to editing, show song, share song, more song. Put us in the same room, we gon' go live. Nigga with that boom, he gon' go live. Show song, more song, show song, audio song. Put us in the same room, we gon'
Connecticut
nigga with that boom, he gon' go live.
Big dog, can you stop that? I can't hear very much.
In the same room, we gon' go live. Nigga with that boom, he gon' go live. More song, show song, audio song. Put us in the same room, we gon'
Connecticut
nigga with that boom, he gon' go live.
Big dog, can you stop that? I can't hear very much.
Same room, we gon' go live. Nigga with that boom, he gon' go live. Put us in the same room, we gon'
and it's dangerous.
take priority? Mic check, mic check. Angel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Angel,
Yo,
if you can hear me, there's a delay here in trying to get that stuff to stop. So,
yo, I can hear you, Alabama. Can you hear me?
okay, until Big Dog puts a stop to that, I can't do anything about it. As soon as it stops, then we'll get started.
Yo, Alabama, can you hear me?
Big Dog, I'm still hearing it in a loop. I need you to cut that off so we can get started. Mic check, mic check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Yo, Alabama, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could just stop that, so I can take priority. What in the world is going on? Mic check, mic check. Angel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yo,
Can you hear the video?
no, mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Angel,
Yo,
if you can hear me, there's a
I
delay
can
here
hear.
in trying to get
Yes.
that stuff to stop. So,
Yo, I can hear you, Alabama. Can you hear me?
okay, there's a whole lot of technical difficulties for this. Until Big Dog puts a stop to that,
I don't know
I
what's
can't
going
do
on here
anything
with the
about
delay.
it.
I'm gonna try this
As
one
soon
more
as
time.
it stops, then we'll get started.
International notice.
Yo,
It's a declaration
Alabama,
of
can you hear me?
colonization of the landmass formerly known as Turtle Island. And I'd like to read a lot of that.
Big
to
Dog,
you
I'm
all.
still hearing it in a
Absolutely,
loop. I
sis.
need you to cut that off so
So-called
we can
Christopher
get started.
Columbus was sanctioned by the Catholic Church, the Vatican, to conquer lands that did not belong to them. He and his conquistadors tortured, raped, murdered, and ate the people they found on those lands. Today, their descendants continue to commit various acts of genocide against the indigenous people of those lands. Their laws, history, educational systems, sciences, and medicines are further used to supplant the identity
Mic check,
of
mic
the
check.
indigenous heirs to the land. We are the indigenous heirs whose history and
Mic check,
inheritance
1,
is
2,
tied
3.
to these lands.
Yo,
and
Alabama, can you
proclaim
hear me?
the following.
I can take charge.
property, and civil rights.
What in the world is going
The
on?
right or
Mic check.
rule of
Angel, can you
international
hear me?
law, under which when persons or
Yes, I
things
can hear you. I can hear
by
you.
an enemy in war come again under the control of their
Yo,
own
Can you hear the
people,
video?
they, as a general
no.
rule,
Mic check,
gain
1,
the
2,
rights
3.
belonging
Angel,
or
if you can hear me,
relating to them
there's a
before
I
delay
can hear.
here. I'm trying
the
to get
rights
Yes.
by
that
which
to
persons
stop.
and things
So,
taken into war are restored to their former status.
Yo, I
and
can
come
hear you,
again
Alabama.
under
Can
the
you hear me?
power of the nation
okay,
to
there's
which
a whole
they
lot of
belong.
technical
Okay,
difficulties. Until Big Dog puts a stop to that,
Don't know
I
what's
can't
going
do
on here
anything
with the
about
delay.
it.
I'm gonna try this
As
one
soon
more
as
time.
it stops, then we'll get started.
All physical evidence
Yo,
wealth of the nation,
Alabama, can you hear me?
of the land climate, environment, hills, forests, minerals, mountains, lakes, streams,
Big Dog, I'm still hearing it in a
Absolutely,
loop. I
sis.
need you to cut that off so we can get started.
such as sanctioned by the Catholic Church, trees, water, to conquer lands that did not belong to them, and under the ground, mineral rights down to the center of murder, and ate the precious metals refers to the classification of metals their descendants that are considered to be rare, various acts of genocide, and have a high economic value. The indigenous people of those lands include, but are not limited to gold, educational systems, sciences, and medicine, iridium, rhodium, and palladium. To supplant the identity stone of refers to several gems, including the diamond. And we are the indigenous heirs whose they have a very
Mic
high
check.
economic
1, 2,
value
3.
because of their
Yo,
rarity and
Alabama,
their
can you hear
claims
me?
to follow.
Big Dog, if you can hear me, we need this cleared up. Mic check, mic check.
Salute, salute.
Yo, yo, Alabama.
Hey, sister. Hey, Alabama, salute. Big
Key
dog, Philly
Norfolk,
LG.
I can hear you, but there's a lot of noise. Big Dog, if you're uh,
Big dog, Philly LG. Are you here? Mic check. On my end, the extra noise is fine.
okay. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yo, Alabama, I can hear
I,
you.
I hear people, but I also hear something in the background. Big Dog, if you're there, I see you in the background here. I need your help because I can't stop. Y- Big Dog,
Yo, Alabama, can you hear me? Yo,
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me, Key Norfolk?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me now.
Yes, sir. Loud
Mic
and clear.
check, mic check. It should be
Close
loud
to the
and clear. I
OG.
had something playing in the background. My bad. Welcome my brother Key Norfolk to the panel. But go ahead, Alabama. You should be good now.
Angel, can you hear me?
yo, Alabama, I can hear you.
All right. I I'm not even sure because I'm still hearing in my ear the actual video playing. So let me try something here.
I can hear
Unilateral
you.
withdrawal from treaty
All right. I'm no
Yo,
longer
Alabama, I can hear
I,
you.
I'm no
I
longer
hear people,
playing
but
the
I also
video.
hear something in the background.
Big dog is so Angel, you there now?
Yes.
Okay, because there's still some kind of delay going on here. What I'm
Yeah,
gonna do
it
is
sounds like the sound is looping around.
mm-hmm.
It's looping.
Yeah, that's what I just told Big Dog. I'm hoping he has corrected that. And Key Norfolk dropped off again. So we're gonna try to start over. I'm gonna let you take it for the moment now. Do you have a video or something like that that you can share to get started? Let's see if we can kind of start from this point going forward.
I have the presentation that I can
Okay.
begin.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and start with sharing your screen. And I'm just gonna fall back and mute for a moment. And hopefully just doing that will clear everything up. Because if we start playing anything, it seems like it goes in some kind of cascading loop. So again, my apologies to the audience, who are still with us. Give us a moment. We're ironing out these technical difficulties. This is an ongoing discussion we're having with the author, A. Angel. Title of the book, Who Are You Calling Black? Charged to end the genocide against the Aboriginal American. And tonight's discussion, we want to focus on land issues. Now, I have a lot of stuff I'd like to bring up and prep and be in the background, but I just want to make sure you just go, I can. I'm looking at the screen, I see the copyright disclaimer. So I'm going to go on mute and I'm just going to let you flow with the presentation in hopes that the technical looping and all the other stuff that was going on earlier has been worked out so that when we play videos, we don't have. Yes, I can hear you, Angel.
Alabama, I'm not speaking. You're
I,
hearing
I
the loop.
okay. Well, I'm hearing you talk to me, so I'm going to go on mute. I see what's on screen, and I'm going to let you do your presentation.
Well, I will try, but I was not speaking to you. I'm speaking now, but you was hearing the loop. So let's give this a try. Great peace and power to everyone. As you can see, we have the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Fair use. Fair use for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research on all the video clips and all the copyrighted material that we're going to share. Fair use. So let's preference this presentation. This presentation centers on American identity, birthright citizenship, and foreign usurpation of land in America. The content of this presentation is not AI generated. It is genuinely researched from cited sources. And again, this presentation is based and referenced from my book, Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. And this book is a demand that all United States government administrators, officers, and elected officials end the genocidal acts normalized against Aboriginal Americans in this racialized United States society. The Congress, executive branch, and SCOTUS must thoroughly answer under their constitutional oaths and duty, who are you calling Black? Thereby truthfully accounting to who is who in United States of America, because there is no such thing as a nation of immigrants. America is the national homeland of Aboriginal American people under genocidal harm from legal and illegal immigrants that are complicit in normalizing Indigenous erasure to obtain their so-called American dream. Every designated Black or African American with legacy American maternal ancestry dating before 1860 needs to read this book for clarity on our identity crisis, to solve who is naturally, more so than not, we, the people of America. We charge genocide. That is the theme of the book, The Genocidal Eradication and Erasure of Aboriginal American People. We charge genocide is also a 1951 petition that was filed with the UN General Assembly on behalf of our people. Now, in the petition, it stated and described our people as Negro Americans, because literally that's who we are. We are the indigenous Negro, Negroid phenotypic people of America. This petition went before the UN in 1951, and there was no response. Nothing happened. And nothing has happened since. And that is why we must stand on our square, stand on our truth, and call out the genocide of our people. So what do we mean when we say genocide? Well, we base it on the UN Genocide Convention, and we also base our charge of genocide today on Public Law 100-606. That is the Genocide Convention Implementation Act of 1987. So what this is, the United States Congress codified the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide into public law. And it can be found in 18 USC 1091. So what do we mean by genocide? The definition, excuse me, the definition in USC 18 USC 1091 states, whoever, whether in time of peace or in time of war, in a circumstance described in this code, with a specific intent to destroy in whole or in substantial part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, as such, 1, kills members of that group. 2, causes serious bodily injury to members of that group. 3, causes the permanent impairment of the mental faculties of members of that group through drugs, torture, or similar techniques. 4, subjects the group to conditions of life that are intended to cause the physical destruction of the group in whole or in part. 5, imposes measures intended to prevent births within the group. And 6, transfers by force children of the group to another group or attempts to do so. Those are the 6 offenses of genocide. And in my book, Who Are You Calling Black?, I articulate how every single offense has been and continues to be perpetrated on us, the Indigenous Aborigines of America, Aboriginal Americans. So with that, let's look at what I feel is the main reason why our people are in a genocide. And please bear in mind that this genocide is normalized throughout United States society. No one thinks nothing of it. Although in 1951, the first petition of genocide that went before the UN was on behalf of our people, and nothing happened, no response. So we have to evaluate and analyze the reasons why our people are being oppressed, being discriminated against, being marginalized. Every single atrocity that one group can do to another is happening to our people. We have to look at why is this happening? Well, we know why. Because this is our ancestral land, and all these foreigners over here want their piece of the pie. And so what is that piece of the pie? Let's take a look at this slide. This slide ranks 50 of the richest countries by natural resource value. If we look at this list, number 1 is Russia at 75 trillion. And number 2 is United States at 45 trillion USD. $45 trillion. The natural resources in the United States ranks number 2 as the second richest country in the world. And this ranking is based on estimates of data for oil, gas, coal, minerals, timber, and all of those different, very rich resources, the reserves that our country has in all those different sectors. When they add it all up, they estimate it at $45 trillion. So let's take a look. What do we mean by natural wealth resources? Here in the United States holds one of the most diverse and abundant natural resource bases on Earth. From fossil fuels and fresh water to farmland and minerals, the country's geography spans nearly every climate zone and geological formation, giving it major reserves of energy, water, timber, and raw materials. And as I said, valued at $45 trillion. So one of the most highly valued natural resource is oil and natural gas. And the US is the world's largest producer of both light crude oil and natural gas. However, the US is a heavy importer of heavy crude, which they import from mostly from Canada and Mexico. The second most valuable resource is coal. The US holds the largest recoverable coal reserve in the world. At current extraction rates, there exists enough coal for centuries here in the US. Another great natural resource on our ancestral land is our fresh water. The Great Lakes holds about 20% of all fresh surface water on the planet. The US fresh water also includes an abundance of aquifers and river systems that spans this entire continental landmass. Next, let's take a look at farmland. The US has approximately 900 million acres of farmland, which includes cropland, pasture, and rangeland. It is some of the most productive agricultural land in the world. And least we forget, no, we cannot forget, the timber and our forests, our sacred forests, which have been absolutely desecrated. However, about 1/3 of US land area is forested, covering approximately 750 million acres, which is comprised of natural forests, national forests. And the national forests are managed by the US Forest Service. And national forests cover approximately 193 million acres. Another valuable natural resource is phosphate and fertilizer minerals. The US is one of the top global sources of essential agricultural minerals. They are mined as phosphate, and the phosphate is an important ingredient in fertilizers for agricultural crop production. Other key minerals that are mined here on our ancestral lands are copper, gold, zinc, iron, ore, and also being mined are critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, graphite, and manganese. We mine those minerals, but we also still import them. So that's a short breakdown, a short profile of the natural wealth resources here in the United States. And please bear in mind that those resources in total are valued at $45 trillion. So I want to open it up to the panel to see if anyone has any comments or if anyone has any questions regarding our natural wealth resources.
Before anyone speaks, mic check, mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. Angel?
I can hear you.
Okay. We do have some guests, and from what I can gather now, I'm not hearing a loop, but I think there's still something going on. But do you hear a loop in your headset? People
No.
in the chat are saying that they're not hearing. So, mic check with Key Norfolk. Can we get a mic check, please, sir? Key Norfolk, I guess he dropped. Nature Spirit Temple. Could you give us a mic check?
Mic check.
Okay, sis. We do hear you loud and clear. Wakita? The mic check. So if Wakita may have stepped away. So Nature Spirit Temple, if you want to interact with Angel, if you have any questions, feel free. I'm still working on some things in the background, Angel, but if you want to interact with her and when you're ready, you can go back to the presentation. Nature Spirit Temple, welcome.
Yes, hi, thank you. This is my first time here. I was invited by one of your listeners. I'm happy to be here, and thank you.
Yes, Yakoki, thank you so much for joining. So let's take a look at this slide. This is also a slide on our natural wealth resources. And this particular slide is depicting the per capita value of our natural wealth resources. And the way per capita is calculated is they take the total value of the natural resources and they divide it by the total number of persons in the country. And interesting enough, for this number that I was able to find of 347 million persons that exist on our ancestral land, this number is a statistic of the US Census, and literally what they're counting is everyone, whether they are legally or illegally on our soil. So based on this 347 million persons, the value per person is 129,600. So that is considered low on the world scale, because when you look at other countries on this graph, such as Saudi Arabia, they have a per person natural resource value of $983,000. That's almost $1 million per person. So, of course, Saudi Arabia has less citizens than we do here in the United States. And if we look back at this chart, Saudi Arabia is number 3 in the world for richest countries. And let's take a closer look at this chart. So we see Saudi Arabia is number 3 at 34.4 trillion. And look at who is number 4, Canada. Canada is the 4th richest country in the world in regards to natural resources. And look at who is coming in at number 5, Iran. Iran is the 5th richest country, and that says 27.3 trillion. So we can, excuse me, everyone. We can look down the list. Congo, number 6, the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo at 24 trillion. Then at number 7, China at 23 trillion. Brazil is number 8 at 21.8 trillion. And then look, number 9 is Australia at 18.9 trillion. That's approximately $20 trillion. And then there's Iraq, Venezuela. Venezuela is coming in at number 11. And their natural resource value is at 14.3 trillion. And we all know what recently happened in Venezuela in regards to the executive branch of the United States. So when you go down this list, it's very interesting. It puts a lot of geopolitical issues into perspective when we look at the natural resource value of these various countries. But let's look all the way down, because this is only the 50 richest countries. But let's see who comes in at number 50. Israel. Israel is the last country on the 50th richest countries list by natural resource, and their value is 750 billion. They're not even up to 1 trillion. But right about now, as we know, Israel is doing the most on the geopolitical stage. So getting back to this slide, per capita value here in the United States, and I'm appalled, and I consider it an affront to us Indigenous people, us Aborigines, that in the per capita value, they're counting everyone on the soil, when literally they only should be counting us. But we're going to get into that. So let's look at the current total number of citizens, United States citizens and non-citizens or aliens. Now, for those of you who feel a kind of way about the word aliens, I'm not going to apologize, because it's a term that's used in law for non-citizens. That's all the word alien means. It means you're a non-citizen. Okay? So a lot of folks get in their feelings when they hear the word alien, especially when they hear the term illegal alien. Well, you're going to hear the term illegal alien in this presentation. You're going to hear the term alien, period. Excuse me, I'm going to take a little bit of water. Excuse me. So, recent governmental estimates indicate the total count of U.S. citizens residing within the country is approximately 314 million individuals. This figure is primarily derived from data collected through the American Community Survey, which is a continuous annual survey conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau. The ACS provides a detailed demographics of the nation in estimates between the decennial censuses. And as we know, the decennial censuses, that's the big census that they do every 10 years. This total population on U.S. soil is currently exceeding 340 million. This estimate is subject to a margin of error inherent in all survey-based data collection methods. The figure of 314 million citizens includes all persons living in the 50 states and the District of Columbia who have attained citizenship status. The total population count exceeding 340 million is significantly higher than the number of citizens because it includes everyone living on United States soil, regardless of their legal status. These non-citizens, aliens, fall into several distinct legal alien categories, including lawful permanent residents, temporary workers, foreign students, and those residing without authorization are illegal aliens. The difference between the total population and the citizen population represents a group of non citizens estimated around 26 million legal and illegal aliens. The citizen population is legally separated into two main categories: native born citizens and naturalized citizens, with the former making up the vast majority. Native born citizens account for about 290 million individuals, representing those who acquired citizenship at birth. Naturalized citizens number around 24 million as foreign born individuals who completed the legal process of naturalization. These individuals must generally be a lawful present permanent resident for a specified period, pass a civics test and an English test, and take an oath of allegiance to the federal government. So that is a breakdown of everyone's status in the United States based on the US Census. This is based on the US Census. It's interesting to note that the US Census does count illegal aliens. They count everyone. So this is based on US Census data. Oh, excuse me, that slide was out of turn. I'm going to have to move that slide down to the section where it belongs. So this next section is going into American identity, but I would like to get some feedback from everyone, anyone, on the status of citizenship based on the US Census Bureau.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Great peace
Okay.
and power to you, sister.
Wonderful. Same to you. How y'all doing tonight? Sorry about that. I had to change devices. First of all, I was very surprised to hear that the Democratic Republic of Congo have more natural resources than China. That's very surprising. And I also wanted to comment on when you was speaking about the individuals, each individual person and their worth. First of all, where was that information derived from? And also for us melanated people, that number actually goes up to $55 million.
Can you hear me, sisters?
I can hear you.
Mic check. Okay. Not only that, and thank you for bringing that up, Wakita. Have you ever looked at the debt clock, Angel? I don't know if you have that as a slide there, but if you could just pull it up in a different tab, just go usdebtclock.org and kind of leave it there. And I'd love for you to, if you can share that screen, bring up the goal portion that's of the newly revised debt clock. But go ahead, sis. I don't want to throw off your rhythm. When you're ready to take a break, I'm working on some videos in the background, particularly about that Colorado couple. And thank you, Clan Mother, for coming. And I'm over here stirring the pot with Cataculus, who is miraculous. But go ahead, sis.
Yes, it's going to be a little difficult for me to pull up anything other than what I'm sharing on screen, but I would be more than happy to pull that up at the first chance that I get. You said the U.S. debt clock?
usdebtclock.org, unless you want me to retext it to you. But I know you're not on your phone, so if you can just pull it up in a browser and keep it in the background, and then you can move it over with your share screen. Because I know you're
Okay.
inside your presentation in
Right.
PowerPoint.
Right.
But yeah, you just leave it in the background, and whenever you'd like to roll it in, I think it goes right along with the slide you have on screen. But go ahead, Wakita, where you're asking us, where are they sourcing these facts, sis?
Yes, yes, that's a good question, Sister Wakita. Um, as you saw on the chart of the 50 top countries in the world based on natural resource, the United States is the second richest country at 45 trillion. And then that per capita value that you're asking about, all they did is divide the number of every single person that they've been able to count on our soil into that amount. And it's not saying that that's what everyone is worth. They're saying that if we were to attach a value to everyone in regards to natural resources, that value of $129,600 would be the per person share
And
of
here's
natural
what's false
resource
about
value.
that. The presumption is again giving them American status, which is unlawful and not true. The actual in-ground assets and the value of this land is only to the American who sprung from the land, the actual American. And when you do get a chance to look at the U.S. debt clock, you will see how they want to also make you accountable for debt they've run up, which is now surpassing 40 trillion, right? So what is this 45 trillion that you're using as a value number?
The 45 trillion is based on, just a minute. It's based on oil, gas, coal, and minerals and timber reserves that are here in the United States. What they did is the sources that compiled this, that were used to compile the figure, is from the World Bank, the IMF, the Energy Information Agency, BP Statistical Review, OPEC, CIA World Factbook, and a couple of other data information sources. So it's an estimate, and they estimated the top 50 countries. That's what it is. But what I'm saying, why I'm bringing this up and why I want us to be critical in looking at this is because everyone is over here in our country with these aspirations of the American dream. So, with this being the so-called richest economy in the world, what is the economy based on? It's because everyone is totally based on country, the natural resources, these aspirations. So that's something for us to look at. So they're saying that per capita value is per person, economy, but as Alabama said,
Can you see
what's the
on
economy
screen
based
what I
on?
just
It's
showed, what I
economy
told
is
you?
everyone is totally based on country, the natural. Maybe if I stop sharing these aspirations, let me stop sharing. That's something for us to look at. So they're saying that per capita value is per person, economy, but as Alabama said,
Can you see
what's the
on
economy
screen
based on?
what I just
It's
showed, what I
economy
told
is
you?
everyone is totally yes, but our audio is stop sharing.
Yes, it's looping and
Aspirations.
it's
That's
echoing as
something for
well.
us to. Yeah, the
Okay, so
audio
I'm
is
gonna
looping
stop
really
sharing. I
bad.
just
Saying
wanted
that
you to
per
see,
capita
you see
value
that
is
on screen, and I'm
richest.
gonna stop sharing so it stops the loop that goes on. Okay, so you saw what I put on screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, go back to
Can
where
you
you were.
can you articulate that a little bit? Because I looked at it, but I really didn't get a chance to really look at it.
No, I don't want to interrupt your flow. If you can pull it up,
Oh,
like I said, in a separate browser, that's all I was doing. I see now where the looping is coming from. It's coming from when I do share screening, and Big Dog didn't disconnect the link. he's still in there as the primary host. When I'm co-hosting and sharing, that's causing a loop. So I've identified now what the problem is. I'm not going to do that anymore from my side. But that's why I put some of the stuff in the chat, and I'm going to ask you to consider maybe sharing it from your side if we want to go to a video break, because I had some in the ready, kind of in the chamber. But now that I see, even though I wasn't doing anything that had volume, I had sound, just the mere fact of causing the share from my side is causing a loop in the program. And thank you, Wakita, for pointing that out. So I'm going to go back on mute. If you ever want to use that in the background, it's usdebtclock.org, and I yield.
Okay, thank you, Alabama. So, Wakita, did you have any other comments on this per capita value?
This is very insightful, and I'm learning a lot. And it's actually speaking to what's going on right now. So when you mentioned just the top 5, you know, obviously they were the usual suspects, and they're the players that's on the board right now. So I'm learning a lot. Thank you for the information.
Oh, thank you, sister. And this is each one teach one. So we all can just absorb this in, and whatever comments or questions or whatever anyone wants to add, believe me, we're all learning from each other. So basically, what I'm saying about the natural wealth resources, what I'm saying about.
Forgive me, Angel, before you go to this next slide, because when we allow people to use words indigenous and native, I want you to kind of clean that up as you move forward, because I understand what you're setting up on screen, but I see that. Talk about collective natural rights. And by the way, if I could show that video, I'm going to encourage you to show that video about the Colorado couple that I was telling you about earlier, that's facing the ongoing onslaughts. I did not realize until I listened to those videos that they left Houston after Hurricane Harvey. Bun B came out there to host a gathering a year ago during Black History Month, and he mentioned natural born rights. But I want you to kind of clear that up for those in the short bus and the peanut gallery on indigenous, native versus Aboriginal and autochthonous.
Yes, thank you, brother. So if everyone just hold on, we're going to get there. It's in this presentation, believe me. So where I'm going with the natural wealth resources is to bring out the fact that we, Indigenous people, us Aboriginal Americans, we hold what is called collective natural rights as a people. The collective indigenous ecosystems of sovereign environmental lands, waters, topography, and wildlife, everything above and below the surface in America, is our matrilineal inheritance as Aboriginal American people, based on prehistoric, pre-colonial, collective natural rights in accordance with the Great Law of Peace. And this goes back to immemorial antiquity, which means it goes back so far, no one can tell us how far it goes back, because we are the people of this land. Thereby, collective natural rights protect Aboriginal shared natural identity, natural indigenous sovereignty, and natural wealth resources. Now, key characteristics of indigenous collective natural rights of us Aboriginal Americans. Group-based. Our collective rights are group-based, such that all collective natural rights belong to Aboriginal Americans as one people. Okay? Shared purpose. This is another key characteristic. Shared purpose under a common indigenous culture of traditions, customs, norms, principles, values, law, and responsibility. We all share that common purpose of everything that I just mentioned. Also, another characteristic is natural born Aboriginal Americans' existence, our existence and identity is rooted in natural law, the law of nature. And the last characteristic is enforceable collectivity. Okay? We're able to enforce our natural rights collectively by all Indigenous Aborigines standing united together, asserting and defending our collective natural-born rights as Aboriginal Americans in this, our country, known as United States of America. Aboriginal American collective natural rights protect our shared identity, sovereignty, natural wealth resources, inheritance, and continued existence as the Indigenous people of America. The Indigenous collective natural rights of us, Aborigines, is inherent. Our rights are unalienable and perpetual on this continental landmass of North America, dating back, as I said before, to immemorial antiquity. So let's move into American identity. And hopefully this will lend some overstanding of what Alabama was saying. So American identity for us, and I'm posing this as in topic that we Aborigines, we have to come to terms with. Are we Aboriginal American or are we American Indian? Because these two terms have different meanings in law. So let's take a look. As we know, American, every one of us should know this definition verbatim. American pertains to anything in America, okay? American pertains to America as an adjective, but as a noun, American is a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. And we all know that definition verbatim. Webster's Dictionary, 1828. And that's the first edition of Webster's Dictionary. And that's the definition of American. It's literally saying that Aborigines are the Americans. But now it's applied to not only the descendants of Europeans, but to everyone who comes here and steps on our ancestral soil. They're claiming they're American. Everyone. So let's take a look at the term Indians. From Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856, Indians is defined as the Aborigines of this country are so called. Indians is what Aborigines are so called, according to Bouvier's Law Dictionary. So let's move down on this slide. The next reference comes from the state of Georgia. It's a statute that was enacted in 1848. And this particular statute pertains to free persons of color. And it also goes on to say disabilities of free persons of color in terms of restrictions and prohibitions. Okay? This particular statute pertains to restrictions and prohibitions. But it states exceptions in favor of Aborigines, Moors, and Hindus. The provisions, prohibitions, and penalties of this act shall not extend to any American Indian, free Moor, or Lascar, but the burden of proof in all cases of arrest of any person of color shall be on such person of color to show him or herself exempt from the operation of this act. So literally the state of Georgia in 1848 was saying that us Aborigines, and we know we're the indigenous Negro phenotypic people of this land, in our person, if we were stopped and arrested for, in 1848, whatever, just for being considered a Negro. In 1848, they were enslaving Negroes, whether you was in the North, in the South, wherever, you were susceptible to enslavement, to be captured, arrested, and put into enslavement. However, it says that if you can prove that you're an Aborigine, okay? If you can prove that you're a free Moor or a free Hindu, then you would have a different outcome. You would be exempt from whatever type of arrest or enslavement that they would try to put you in. However, my question to the panel is, in 1848, was us Aborigines walking around with our genealogy in our pocket? No, I don't think we were. So
Of
a
course
lot of
not.
our
But
people,
again, in this particular instance, that's 18 years after the Indian Removal Act. Who in the hell did they know that they were removing?
mm-hmm.
Natural Spirit Temple, would you like to chime in? Or Wakita? So if they knew,
Hi,
and
this
again, this
is
is Bouvier as a law dictionary, no different than Black's Law Dictionary. They're declaring in 1856, which is the year before Dred Scott, that the Aborigine is the Indian. But go ahead, ladies.
yes, hi. I'm listening in. I'm familiar with the history and some things, but I'm here. I'm listening and I'm learning more, and I appreciate the call. But I wanted to make sure, because I do respect um indigenous people. I do respect our people. I have a lot of respect, and I just want to make sure, I didn't want to just hang up. I just want to make sure it was okay for me to be on the call, because like my family, like I have family here, and I'm actually from Haiti, English for Haiti. That's where I'm from. And I know there's different conversations about like who's who and who's a tribe and who was here and who was there. But I just want to make sure it's okay that I'm on the call.
Well, yes,
We
Yeah.
are
sister,
open
you're
Mic
to,
check,
welcome.
as
mic
far
check.
as that is concerned, we are open to anyone's conversation.
There you
So,
go.
my sister, just so that we
Well,
understand, the Aboriginal status of any person in the Americas is that they are Aboriginal or Indigenous to where their line, lineage, family sprung from the soil. However you feel about that, not trying to dictate to you, but I'm just saying is that you understand where she's going with this conversation with what's on screen, that the
Oh yeah, I
specific
understand.
American,
Yeah.
right? But see, the problem here is how the United States is being used to delude the actual American. If you follow me, sis. But go ahead, Angel. If you were saying something, I'm sorry for stepping on your wisdom. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. I was just saying that the sister is welcome to be on the panel, and we encourage her to share whatever comments or insight that she has or information that she has. And if she is indigenous to Haiti, then she is literally a relative, as far as I'm concerned, because Aborigines are all over the earth. We're everywhere. We're on every landmass. We are the indigenous people of Earth. So, sis, you are so welcome.
Thank you. I just
So,
wanted to make sure because I respect. I have a lot of respect. I wanted to make sure it was okay for me to be here. That's all. But yeah, thank you. I'm listening and I'll share, whenever that's possible.
And may I interject? And also, the Caribbean islands are also a part of the Americas. So, regardless if it's Haiti, Jamaica, Nassau, Bahamas, it doesn't matter. You're still part of the Americas. So, like Angel said, you're a relative, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
And sis, may I again, because I want to respond to the specific exceptions and why do they suggest that Moors and Hindus, which are the red dots from Hindustan or from Bharat, that we are calling Indians because that name India was imposed in 1950. Are you familiar with that, Nature Spirit Temple?
Yes, I'm familiar.
So, sis, what is the suggestion of making exceptions inclusive to Moors and Hindus in that part of the clause?
well, I would need to read further into, I guess, the records of the legislative body, but I would assume it's because Moors and Hindus had under some type of treaty agreement or some type of allegiance to the government.
So, if I'm completely understanding, but the burden of proof in all cases of arrest, so this is detainment by the local constabularies, not the federal government, would you agree? Because this is
Yes,
Georgia statute.
yes,
So,
state of
any
Georgia.
person of color shall be on such, it shall be on such person of color to show him or herself exempt from the operations of this act. And I think that's where you were going with the question that you asked. So if you will repeat the question for the short bus shorties in the audience.
Yeah, I was just asking, was our people walking around with their genealogy in their pocket? I don't think so. So how are we going to prove to their satisfaction? And then again, what was their satisfaction of proof? Because a lot of our people, as you were stating, the Indian Removal Act was what, a decade previous, uh, and went on for a couple of decades. So they were literally snatching up our people and putting them into enslavement. So another point I wanted to make is that in this one act, they literally, you could say, revised, modified, or changed the term Aborigines to American Indians. So that's another point I wanted to bring out, how they changed the status of an Indigenous individual from an Aborigine to an American Indian. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So the following is a socio-political explanation stating who is an Indian according to the U.S. Federal Administrative Office of Tribal Justice. So now we're getting into more legal explanations into the term Indian. Who is an Indian? What does Indian mean? It states, as a general principle, an Indian is a person who is of some degree Indian blood and is recognized as an Indian by a tribe and or the United States. No single federal or tribal criterion established a person's identity as an Indian. Government agencies use differing criteria to determine eligibility for programs and services. Tribes also have varying eligibility criteria for membership. But it is important to distinguish between the ethnological term Indian and the political legal term Indian. The protections and services provided by the United States for tribal members flow not from an individual's status as an American Indian in an ethnological sense, but because the person is a member of a tribe recognized by the United States and with which the United States has a special trust relationship. Now, I know I jumped from 1848 to 2023, but this term Indian, to me, the term Indian is problematic. I do not identify as Indian. And I think it's key for us to understand the meaning of the term and how it is used and utilized by the government. So, an excerpt from my book, Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans, on pages 210 and 211. This excerpt, okay, is on, it's referencing an event that was reported in an 1894 newspaper article. And this article exemplifies the racial status quo of equating a Negro to an Indian based on the individual is regarded as an Indian in their community. And that what I just stated, the individual is regarded as an Indian in their community. I'm referencing that from the 1960 census definition of Indian. So the article states, on the warpath, the Chickasaw Indians attacked the white settlers in Wichita, Kansas, September 19th, 1894. In the Chickasaw Nation, Chief Blue, the leader of the Chickasaw Negro Indians, is in open rebellion. The insurrectionists have gone out on a marauding tour and are terrorizing the Indian citizens and especially the squaw men. Last Sunday, the band, headed by King Blue and his Negroes, swept down on the farm of George H. Trucks, postmaster at Stonewall, at midday. Trucks, a white man, and his squaw was led from the house and bound with rope and held prisoners, while King Blue and his band then destroyed everything in the house they could not eat and drink and rode off howling and screeching. Okay. So that exemplifies a societal description of who were the Indians at that time in 1894 in Kansas of the Chickasaw nations, and they were referred to in society as Negro Indians. But as we know, we Aborigines are the autochtons. And what is an autochton? An autochton is one who sprung from the soil. Autochtons are Aborigines. We sprung from the land itself. Okay? And this image here is from circa 1920, and it's of an Aboriginal American woman. And she's wearing a customary feather cape that I'm sure she handmade herself. And she is of the Mattaponi Pamunkey people. And I love this. I just love this image. And I've been utilizing it over the years. I first utilized it in my undergraduate thesis. And I just love this image. This looks like any of our grandmas. This looks like it could be anybody's grandma that we know. So this following excerpt, I'm referencing a speech by Malcolm X in 1962, where Malcolm literally stated, "You never find a white Aborigine. Aborigines are always called natives, and they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are Aborigines, but you don't like to be called an Aborigine. You want to be called an American." Aborigine actually means from the beginning. It's two Latin words, ab meaning from, origine meaning the beginning. And Aborigine is only the term applied to those dark-skinned people who have been on this earth since the beginning of the universe. And with all due respect and great honor to Brother Malcolm, I must say that an Aborigine is an American. So at this point, Alabama, I would like to share some videos, if I may. And if anyone has any commentary or information they want to add, please do.
Sis, if I could be so bold as to do a little break here and bring in that Colorado content, if that's okay with you.
That's fine with me, brother. Thank you.
May I
Excuse me.
make a comment before you do the video?
Yeah, while I'm getting myself together, and it gives you time to get your videos lined up. But go ahead, sis.
I wanted to say over the years, in discovering who we are and coming into the knowledge, what I'm noticing is that it's a lot of information that we're not paying attention to. When I asked the question, what was this landmass called before it was called America, I can't seem to get an answer. And the information is out there. And I'm starting to see the connection, even though just like we can be mistaken as Africans because of our makeup and our phenotype, these mongoloids that's on the land here, some of them can be mistaken for those people over there in Hindustan. But people not knowing their history would think in 1848 or 1492 that Hindustan was not Hindustan, it was India at that time, and that is far from the case. This landmass here was called India first. And we skip all over that. And I don't understand why. And I think those Mongoloids that's now on the reservation were the ones that was actually called the Indians. You know, so I can't get in a good conversation on this. If we could dig just a little bit deeper, turn one more page, and really, really, truly go back in history and see what really happened. Because the maps are still there. And it shows, what these Europeans, because, it's the same play out of the same playbook. They got to keep recharacterizing, they got to keep renaming because they're trying to occupy, they're trying to colonize. But this was India proper first, before there was an India in Southeast Asia. And those Mongoloids that they found out there on the prairie, I believe they call them the Indians. But you're absolutely right, Angel. We are the Aborigines, but we already had our own name. So they didn't, try to name us until later. But I would like to see a little bit deeper diving and have that conversation on our platform as well of the more in-depth history of this continent, because we skip over a lot of stuff. And I understand the people who are and who was in power, they fall under British rule, but there were people who were occupying before they got here, and we need to know that history too. I yield.
Yes, sister, I agree. Are you gonna play the video now, Alabama? Because I was just gonna respond to a little bit of Sister Wakita said. Alabama. Yeah.
And mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great
Welcome,
peace and power to
everybody.
you, big
Peace and
dog.
power, everybody. I'm loving that conversation. I'm stable, so I am gonna be tapping in more. Uh, there's no volume on that video, my brother Alabama. But yeah, I'm here, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Appreciate everybody in the chat and on the panel. Go ahead, brother Alabama. You got it.
Were y'all not listening to the video?
We couldn't hear
We couldn't
anything.
hear it. You didn't share the sound, good brother.
I did share the sound. I tell you what, do you see it in the chat, Angel? Do you see the videos in the chat? I'll stop sharing my screen because it was blasting in my ear. And I do have video sound sharing.
Yes, I see. I see quite a bit in the chat.
Yeah, I know. I'll go all the way down to the bottom. And the very last video is what I was just trying to show. So if you could share that one while you set up your videos, because I certainly want them to hear the report on this couple out of Colorado, and I'm going to yield.
And if anybody wanted to come up, anybody welcome to come up, and I wanted to welcome that sister on the panel. everybody's welcome over here. You know what I mean? We just, like to welcome everybody. Go ahead, y'all got it.
Rural El Paso County say their cries for help and allegations of racism have been largely ignored by the sheriff's office for years.
And you've likely heard some of the Mallory's story, which has been shared thousands of times on social media now. Those viral posts have led to national scrutiny over how the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has handled more than 2 years of disputes between the couple and their neighbors. Now they're speaking exclusively to Denver 7 on camera together for the first time.
And Denver 7's Micah Smith has tonight's exclusive that now has El Paso County deputies defending their actions.
Farming while black in America. Farming while black in America.
The voice you hear is Nicole Mallory's, and the person being arrested is her husband, Courtney C.W. Mallory. The Mallorys are black ranchers in rural El Paso County and say this moment is the culmination of years of blatant racism by community members and the El Paso County Sheriff's Office's failure to respond.
A lot of their pets have been poisoned and killed. Some of their livestock has been poisoned and killed.
Dr. Vern L. Howard is teaming up with Portia Prescott and Rashad Younger from the NAACP to help the Mallorys.
Basically, the Mallorys have been harassed on their property and on their land.
At that point, it became very clear that they weren't necessarily safe.
Animals poisoned and killed, a couple feeling harassed and terrorized. Huge claims that we'll break down. But first, how do we go from the Mallorys being seen as victims to the ones in handcuffs? The El Paso County Sheriff's Office investigated and decided it was the Mallorys who were felony stalking their neighbor. We got our hands on the arrest affidavit. It focuses on multiple complaints from the Mallorys' next-door neighbor. It's clear there's years of animosity on both sides of this easement road, and it's this road that has been center stage for many of their interactions, like CW and Nicole walking between the properties with their hands up, yelling, "Hands up, don't shoot." The affidavit mentioned a 19-page log that the neighbor maintained was supporting video and photos of each interaction she considered to be stalking. But when it came time for the investigation, it wasn't her cameras pointed at them, but the Mallorys' cameras pointed toward her property that deputies confiscated. With the affidavit in hand, we went to the Mallorys' ranch. It was a windy day, so we met inside our news car. After talking for nearly an hour, the Mallorys finally agreed to do their first sit-down interview with me.
You remove the only support that I have and the only other eyes I have to try to catch what's going on around me.
CW said the sheriff's office is using video caught on the neighbor's security cameras against him, but his cameras were removed. I asked him why he'd walk by their neighbor's home with hands in the air.
My cows were loose, so we went down there, got our cows, and we pushed them back the way they came out. And as I said, we need to put our hands up and say, please don't shoot us. We're just getting our cows. Please don't shoot. We're just getting our cows.
Let's be clear. I just want to revisit that. Me putting my hands up, us putting our hands up, and is a safety. As an African American.
It's been said a lot that this is a land dispute between neighbors. That's what it boils down to. And that you all or your neighbor could choose to avoid each other because you have so much land. What is your response to that?
Let me be clear about something. I do not have a neighbor dispute. My dispute is with El Paso County Sheriff's Department for enabling this behavior.
Nicole says one deputy in particular, who she's filed multiple complaints against, is leading the charge.
In what I believe is a modern day KKK assault against my family.
That's not a small accusation to make, but Nicole says Facebook comments and a community page turned to blatant racism after the sheriff's office got involved. Comments like, "I was amazed at how much property was tagged Black Lives Matter. Didn't expect that kind of in-your-face crap way out here. Let's all go have car issues on that road." And, "Are there any restrictions on size of pitchforks and fire sticks in Colorado?" From there, Nicole says it turned to physical attacks.
Animals being gutted, our lives being threatened, people being sent to our home under threat of lynching, hanging, pitchforks, fire. We had a chicken coop set ablaze.
I asked the Mallorys what the sheriff's office did in response.
Nothing. Nothing. Actually, I think maybe what happened was they were trying to figure out how to charge us with a crime.
Since the time of Mr. Mallory's arrest, my office has received numerous emails and calls with people voicing concern with how we have handled the Mallory situation.
On Tuesday afternoon, Sheriff Joseph Roybal finally answered questions about the case that's gone viral on social media and shared body camera video painting the Mallorys as combative and unwilling to cooperate in unrelated investigations. But the sheriff's office provided few details about the Mallorys' current claims of harassment and racial discrimination. The one concrete update was the decision by the sheriff to review 24 prior cases. In the end, they reopened 2, one of which involves the Mallorys as the victims. And the sheriff said he more than anyone wants to ensure there is no racist behavior inside his department.
No one would be more eager than I to rid my office of a deputy sheriff who was racist and treating members of the community unfairly.
We started asking the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for records, reports, and interviews 5 days ago. We were denied and given a bill for thousands of dollars. There are many more allegations addressed by the sheriff Tuesday, including a conspiracy about a murdered ranch hand and the arrest of Nicole Mallory nearly 2 years ago when she fired a shot at a process server who had entered her private property without notice. I promise to follow up in more detail tomorrow on Denver 7.
And the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has now decided to release more than 120 pages of records pertaining to cases involving the Mallorys. Unfortunately, that release happened right before this newscast began. So Micah is now combing through those new records, and she will bring you an in-depth update tomorrow on Denver 7.
And this story is so important because the number of black farmers across America has declined greatly over the past century. Let's break down the numbers for you. Researchers at UMass Boston looked at data from the USDA Census of Agriculture. They found that black farmers lost $326 billion worth of acreage in the 20th century. Currently, black farmers own less than 1% of all farmland. Colorado was home to a historically black farm.
Could you pause it there for a second?
Deerfield and Weld
Could you
County.
pause it and just back it up 5 seconds so you see that on screen, same way you did with your slide? Because I want, especially those who are calling themselves black, who seem to have a difficulty in what we're talking about. What does that say right there on screen? Because you're letting yourself be categorized by these agencies. This is the United States Department of Agriculture. What does it say right there in your face? So, and I want to let you finish playing. It's only about maybe a minute left, 30 seconds or whatnot. But before you go to that second video up from the bottom, that's going to be fast forwarding to what's happened in their getting support from a year ago. But go ahead, sis.
Currently, black farmers own less than 1% of all farmland. Colorado was home to a historically black farming settlement in the early 1900s. Deerfield in Weld County is now a ghost town, but it was once a place to end the cycle of poverty.
They knew that if they could own their own land, own their own homes, they could use that to pass on to their children. They could sell it. They could borrow against it.
Discriminatory lending policies and forced sales are said to be major factors in the loss of land.
So, sis, I know you have videos that you want, but I wanted to do a bookend to this. So that second video from the bottom is now from a year ago during Black History Month, where they gathered support and are building momentum from what has happened to them. This is an ongoing white supremacist domestic terrorism attack because you're black. But go ahead.
Right. So before you go on, I could not see the screen. So you asked what was on the screen. Could you tell me what it was?
In the video, Wakita, they acknowledged the Department of Agriculture that $326 billion worth of farmland was outright stolen with discriminatory loan practices. Right, Angel? So if you were at the bottom of the chat, that second to the last video is the full circle to a year ago in Black History Month and the support they're trying to gather, because this is not just going on in Colorado. And I want y'all to know that this couple left Houston in the wake of Hurricane Harvey in 2017. But go ahead, sis.
Right. I have the next one queued up. And Wakita, the graphic that I saw, the 320 billion, I took it that they were saying that so-called Black farmers had lost that much farmland, valued at that much farmland in the 20th century.
And less than 1% of farmers farming today, quote unquote, which is defamatory, which is discriminatory, already been proven by Pickford 1 and 2. To be called Black and treated Black is discriminatory. Do you not see how you're cutting your own throat? But go ahead, sis.
This brother Jeff. This
yes, sir.
D.
Man, welcome and
H-Town legend.
Appreciate you being out here. What brings you here, and why is it important that you're here today?
Well, you know, I'm currently working on a documentary about the Black cowboy experience in America. The good parts that everyone typically gets to see at the rodeos, and the bad parts that most people don't get to see on a daily basis, and people's daily life trying to survive in environments that people just don't want to see them win in. And so when I heard about this story, I not only brought myself, I brought cameras to try to elevate their voices and make sure that people know what's happening down here in Colorado to people of color, not just the Black people, the Indigenous people. It's just a lot of ugliness going on down here, and there's too many good people. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it.
The Mallories, to my understanding, are just out here trying to do some good business, trying to raise good food, trying to help their community. And unfortunately, some of the people out here that own land as well, I guess, find that threatening. They don't like seeing it. They want to eliminate it. And we need to make sure that that doesn't happen.
I had come across the article about them, Freedom Acres Ranch, going through the whole, like, the bullying, the racism, and them trying to be pushed off their own land. And that really resonated with me. So I've always kind of I've kind of kept up with them. And I want my sons to come out and like get some hands-on like labor and like actually like be one with the land and like see a Black couple, you know, leading the way. And so they had asked for help today to volunteer. And so we came out, and my sons came out, and we came out here this morning, and like we volunteered, help get this event together.
What brought me here today was I saw the flyer, but I also heard the story about what was going on with the land and the neighbors around here.
What's the story? As you understand it?
So they've been on their own land, they're being harassed like traveling on their own land, and the neighbors don't like that. So that is what I heard, but I got the story from them, and it's just them being here, pretty much.
What's the importance of Black land ownership? And then you see the community is galvanized, and then there are a lot of individuals that are saying, we're not running, we're gonna purchase some more land.
Yeah, so hey, without ownership, you can't control nothing. That's the importance of it. So when you run, it's gonna continue to happen. If you don't stand and fight, it's gonna continue to happen.
Wow.
So we need more settlers to come out here, more melanated settlers to come out here and buy land, and then we all stand together.
Powerful day today, community is here. What's going on?
Today we had our first and hopefully won't be our last Freedom Fest. We put on our first, or I'm gonna say the first trail ride here in Colorado that I know of, and you know, it was amazing. It was powerful. Like you see, it's a great mix of people here, and this is it. These are the people that stood up for me, stood by my side, and were there for me. And it's community. It's community, and it's all love, man. And I can't tell you, I can't express how happy I am inside, knowing what I'm saying, knowing that I was able to pull this off and bring us all together and have a good time. Wow. It was amazing. It was great, and I hope I'm able to do this again next year and the year after that, and it just gets bigger, better, and it just continues to grow.
You know, and in the midst of your growth, you've got a growing community, but then you also have individuals that are not happy to see not only you and your wife and your vision grow. Yeah. You have to grow while at the same time having opposition.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I till this day, I'm still dealing with the harassment. You know, throughout this whole event, we were receiving prank phone calls. They did something to our address to where they were having our guests wind up somewhere totally different, and just, you know, but like light outshines darkness, man. And I'm gonna keep pushing. Just keep pushing that positive narrative of just, you know, we're just trying to feed the people. We're farming for the people, and that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? Because we really need to wake up and know where our food is coming from. Wow. Because it's times are changing. You know, I was just invited to a movie screening called Common Ground, and it spoke about, you know, the effects in agriculture. You know what I'm saying? And it just brought a lot of awareness to me of what's really going on out there, and that, you know, that it's even more important to me for what I'm doing. Know what I'm saying? Knowing how they're trying to steer us towards lab-grown meat and vegetables sprayed with tons of chemicals that are designed to kill us later on down the line. And if you're not able to, the manufacturer has gotten in the business of giving you something that's gonna kill you, a disease, and also he has now bought a plant that has the cure to the disease that he's giving us through our food, or trying to give us through our food. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's ever so more important, even faced with adversity, you know what I'm saying, that we push eating real, grass-fed, grass-finished, no antibiotics, just all natural.
That brother speaking facts.
That's how it comes from God.
They're
create a new
paying
narrative
the
in this country,
pesticide companies,
and families like this don't
giving them
live
immunity,
you know, that showing that
over us.
hardworking people are not taking advantage of this country. They're taking advantage of opportunities that
That's
should be
fact.
bestowed on them as natural born citizens of this country. But even if you're not born in this country, if you come here to help benefit this country and build this company, you should be given an opportunity to do that. And I think it's sad that these people have given up so much and sacrificed so much to come down here and make their real American dream come true, and to have these people try to turn their American dream into a nightmare. I think it's sad, it's pitiful, it's evil, and it does not go unnoticed. And if I found out about it all the way in Texas, I'm gonna make sure that the people that haven't found out about it beyond Texas, make sure they know. And I'm gonna try to send these people some legal help too, so they can have some real fights, some real fighting dogs in this thing for them.
This is very important to me, especially in this time when there is intent and purpose to erase our history. This is Black history in the making. This is present and this is now. And I have the opportunity to be a part of history that is now.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing?
Try not to get emotional. So sorry.
No, this is real. I mean,
This is people fought for this. And I'm able to witness the product of what our ancestors fought for. And I get to take part of helping to sustain it, helping to lend my voice to ensure that people know that it is still alive and it is here and you can be a part of it. We deserve it. This is ours. You can have a piece of it. The same way the Mallorys were able to obtain it, you can have it too. They have a mission to educate people, to empower people. All you got to do is look it up. It's right there in our face. They bring opportunity to the community. If you want it, you can have it.
Being out here on this land is a remembrance of what it means to support community, what it means to come back to the land, what it means to celebrate the land, and what it means to just celebrate us.
Freedom Acres Ranch right now, I mean, this is a symbol and a sign of freedom, right? This is us making sure that we take up space, that we come out and we support a Black family that is history in the making. They are out here on all of this beautiful land, and they invited us as community to come up and to be a part of the experience. And I'll tell you what, right before we jumped on camera, we were doing a freedom ride through this here El Paso County. And we wanted to make sure that the community understood that the Mallory family has love, has support, and is not to be messed with. Like, we got to make sure we are protecting our Black farmers, and like their slogan on their back say, they are saving lives. They're literally saving lives. So that's what we out here. We're out here to affirm this family and affirm what they're doing.
We have to understand, like, this is a settler mentality, right? Like, this is Black people coming out here to settle land, stake their claim, and build something for their family that can live beyond their lives and build something multi-generational for the next generations to come. And it takes a lot of hard work to even be able to put yourself in a position to get land like this and trying to do the right thing by it. So there's got to be encouraged. We have to empower these people. We have to elevate their voices and get the message out there and let people know in this town that this family isn't alone. And the other families that are dealing with the same kind of abuse that they're dealing with, they're not alone either. We're going to be sending help. Their numbers might be small today, but tomorrow we're going to get them up, and every day until we get it right.
Tell us what's going on.
Today, we did Freedom Fest 2025. Yeah. This is the first, so I guess it's the inaugural Freedom Fest that we had. We had some rodeo, we had some food, we had Bun B come out here to talk to us about, cowboys, Black land ownership. We got the kids out here ready to farm. We rode through this town with a trail ride today, waving our Freedom Acres Ranch flags. We just out here having a good time, promoting agriculture, promoting freedom for food, promoting freedom to buy land, and just freedom in general here at Freedom Acres Ranch.
And then finally, and you're doing it in the midst of opposition.
Yes.
Like, we don't want to underscore, like, it's great when we're together, but there is still opposition.
Yes.
And unfounded opposition.
It is. For whatever reason, they continue to manufacture whatever to make them feel justified, to intimidate us or make us feel weary so that we leave this land. There's no freedom in running, and so that we don't have a choice. We are here. We are here to let anybody know that thinks that they're going to run a Black family off of land, that won't happen, and we're here to set an example for everybody to come after us. We got about 5 people here today that's interested in buying land right here in Yoda, Colorado.
I hope that was inspiring for everyone. And it's going to be wrapping up with this exiting caravan, if you will. And sis, I know you wanted to move on to some videos that you had supporting your presentation, but I wanted to try something right quick before you go to the next video. I'm hoping that my screen will share without the problem. Exiting caravan, if you will. Are y'all hearing a loop? And sis, I know you wanted to move on to some videos that you had supporting your presentation, but I wanted to try something right quick before you go to the next video. I'm hoping that my screen will share without the problem. Exiting caravan, if you will. Are y'all hearing a loop? And sis, I know you wanted to move on to some videos that you had supporting your presentation, but I wanted to try something right quick.
It's on loop.
The next video, I'm hoping that my screen. Okay, you saw the debt clock, so I'm gonna stop sharing my screen because for whatever reason it's causing an audio loop. Did you all see that briefly? The debt clock.
Yeah, you was playing the video in the back. That's why I was looping. If you just bring up that screen share that you were doing, then it shouldn't loop. And welcome, American Indigenous, to the panel.
Well, let me try one last time here, just so you saw the clock. And I'm going to take the sound off so that hopefully that won't cause any. So you all do see the clock?
Yes, sir. We see it.
Okay. While you're getting yourself situated for the next video, and Isness or the other sister that joined us, Nature, y'all have some comments? I just wanted y'all to see this running debt that these degenerates are trying to convince us that we owe. And I'm going to scroll to the bottom. Do you see that gold segment portion of the
Yeah,
clock?
we see it. Yeah.
What does it say there, my big brother? And thank you again for being the host with the most.
You talking about the gold one, gold supply?
No, I'm just saying, do you see all across the bottom in that gold section here?
Yeah.
You see those categories? Angel, if you want to incorporate this in and segue
Precious
into
metals, mineral reserves, real estate, land, stocks, and recaptured assets.
yeah, I'm intrigued by what is that. Now I'm scrolling all the way to the right so you can see. What does it say in the last category, Angel? You remember what you said in your presentation?
It's kind of hard for me to see any
Can
figures
you,
or any
Wakita, or
words.
Big Dog see that last category to the
Yeah, I
right?
can see it. It's total hidden wealth and wealth pre-citizen.
Per
Per citizen.
citizen. So I'm going back to her slide. And what was your slide valued at, sis? 129,000?
Yes.
But on here, do you see what that hidden wealth is? Could you explain to me what that $213 trillion might be, Big Dog?
I wish
Wealth
I
that
could
they done
see it.
stole from the people.
The total hidden wealth, sis, according to this clock, which this is in real time is running, is $213 trillion. What's the category of land say, Big Dog?
The
Hundreds, thousands,
category of land
millions,
says
30 trillion.
30 trillion, 390 billion, 831, 5, and it's
Yeah.
moving.
And what is the stock market valued at, Big Dog?
The stock market value, where is it
It's
at?
right next to the land category.
64 trillion, 59 million, 369.
59 billion, 369
Yeah.
million. Now, The real estate, what's the difference between the land and the real estate? You see that, Val? Now, I don't know if you see that, sis, on screen.
I
The
can't
land is the raw
read
land.
any
Would
of
you
this.
agree? So then what is the real estate?
Yeah, they right next to
Wakita,
each other, the
Quinn,
real estate and
Nature
land.
Temple. Mhm. Do you see what the value it says?
What does it say?
86 trillion, 480 billion, 152 million and counting.
For real estate?
That's for real estate.
What
Now
does it
the
say for
land,
land?
30 trillion, 390 billion, 834 million.
Is there a category for natural resources?
It says mineral reserves, 12 trillion, 918 billion, 640 million and count. Now notice that this is all going upwards, right? Big dog? And the
Yes, sir. Constantly.
precious metal reserves is only at 1 trillion. Now the mineral reserves is 12, precious metal 1 trillion 708 billion 250 million plus counting. But what I'm really going to key on is what is this total hidden wealth of 213 trillion? And that's why I asked you earlier in your presentation, what was the 45 trillion that you were referring to as the source of the money that they wanted to claim? Now I'm going to scroll back up to the top so that people can see the running tab that they claim is owed. Remember we used to do these bills over there with Cataculus, big dog? So what does it
Yes,
say the
yes, sir.
national debt? What does it say the national debt? Approaching 40 trillion.
Yeah, yeah, right up here in
What
the
does it
red.
say the debt per person?
Does
That
that say 114?
Says
114, yeah.
114,000. But
Yep.
what does it say debt per taxpayer?
Oh my goodness.
357.
1,000.
Now please explain to me what is the US federal spending and the US federal budget deficit, which are both in trillions. That's 7 trillion and counting is what's being spent, while almost being 2 trillion in a deficit. And what is that Treasury Reserve number, class?
Mm-hmm.
What's that Treasury Reserve number, big dog?
Is that 31 trillion?
That's what it says. And what's the refund per taxpayer, class?
Oh, that can't be right.
Now, right underneath, and this is the stuff that remember when we tried to do it with Cuddy and the short bus shorties, their brains exploded, I guess, right, big dog? What does it say in 1960?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
1960.
The U.S. federal debt to gross domestic product ratio was 52%, almost 53% in 1960. 20 years later, in 1980, it dropped to just under 35%. At the turn of the 21st century, it jumped up to how much? 58%. And what is it now as we're speaking, class? Now, anytime you cross 100%, what does that mean? 100% means you owe everything, right?
Yeah, he basically maxed out.
And then you go 22% over that? Do, okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen because I don't obviously all these trolls in the chat, you're a bunch of idiots. But I'm gonna yield on that, sis. You got it. if you wanted to go back to either presentation or the other videos that you had lined up. American Isness. Did we just give you something about the business?
Just want to remind everyone of our indigenous status here. And it seems to be that we really need to differentiate ourselves from those who claim the African descent. And that's not taking anything away from those of African descent, but it seems like everyone is very comfortable in dismissing our indigenous descent. And so we just need to keep reminding. This is a little reminder.
Celebration was cut short. The land reached was barren, rocky, no food, no shelter, only biting insects and snakes. When they set off, they dreamt of the riches they would accumulate, the fat-breasted women they would send for. Their dreams changed to bread, roasted meats, even a salad would do. Regan! Gods.
What say you, Alabama?
Don't get it twisted. My sister, Nature Spirit Temple, did you have anything you want to share? Quinn, American Isness, in the
Sure.
his house.
Thank you for allowing me to be on the panel.
You don't
Peace.
have the one with it, and we're gonna have to dig up that when the Siberians crossed the land bridge with that mastodon head from American Gods, Angel. But go ahead, sis. Again, everyone in the audience, this is Who Are You Calling Black? A demand to end the genocide of the Aboriginal American. Now, if anyone who does want to come and join, the link is attached as well. When you come, would you be so kind as to share a land issue similar to what you saw with the Mallorys going on in Colorado or in your family tree? Whereas I suggest X marks the spot where we got displaced off the land we sprung from. But go ahead, American Isms.
I have a question for Miss Angel. So she said that we should kind of refrain from using terms like African American. I mean, that's not what you said verbatim, but basically, and to remind people of our indigenous status. So when we are being questioned about who we are, how should we identify ourselves?
You have
As
the
far
right.
as far as
You have
excuse
the,
me. Okay, sorry.
you have
As
the right to self-identify. Everyone has the right to self-identification. What I was articulating is that we Aboriginal Americans are distinguishing ourselves from those who are African American because we have a similar phenotype. Okay, we are often confused, and a lot of individuals are dismissing the fact that Negroid phenotypic people are indigenous to America. So we're standing on that truth. But you can self-identify as you choose based on your lineage and genealogy.
Yes, I understand. This is nature spirit. What I've started doing years ago, the box where it has all these, they have the two colors, white, black, I just check other. I always just check other. Um, I never pick African or black. I never select that one. And usually no one asks me, what do you mean? I don't get questioned. I just select other. I've never had anyone call me back on a application and say, what do you mean by other? They don't really question what you mean. Like people don't even, I feel like it's the people that they're so happy to check that box. But if when you don't check the box, no one calls your phone and asks you why you're not checking that black box or that African box. That's what I've started doing. I just don't check the box.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
So Alabama, I have these videos lined up as it was to transition from what I was speaking on earlier to what I was going to continue with. And it's a hard transition now after the videos on the Colorado ranchers. However, I would like to continue and play the videos anyway. They're only a couple of minutes long.
Cook, sis, if I know what you about to play, burn it down.
Peace is a beautiful but shitty idea. Only a goddess can adorn the sarcophagus of a god. So help me understand what these new gods give it and what they take it away.
Your thirst does not inspire our confidence, only our curiosity.
I am not a god. In the sense that I can tolerate exploitation, oppression, and repression, my worshippers know freedom ain't free. They know the most potent weapon of control for the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. They know slavery is not a condition. Slavery is a cult. Human trafficking is a cult. Slavery got a rebrand like motherfucking the alt-right. And snatched. Another one gone. Every 30 seconds, another chocolate brown, caramel yellow, high yellow, red bone refugee girl with melanin in her skin gets snatched. Every 30 seconds. And to make matters worse, these dazzling new plantation owners built a pipeline to take our children from school to prison quicker than a cut can bleed. And the lucky ones go from school to the NFL, where they don't even let them niggas take a knee. They've been programmed from birth with shitty food options, contaminated drinking water, gun violence, police brutality, and trauma after trauma after trauma. PTSD, no therapy. Missing, no Amber Alert. Alone. Vulnerable. Snatched. Another one gone.
Now, if there is any commentary to be made, is this an African curse being put on the American known as the Negro? Or are we resolving ourselves to allowing others to call themselves Americans so that by default, though we're still the actual American, by default, we fall into black nigger slave status? What say you on the panel?
Yeah, if you're talking about those curses, I don't believe that applies to us, the indigenous people. We don't fit into that. We don't fit into that riddle. So I don't agree with that. But I do like when he
Oh,
said,
she
"My
coming.
worship is
Hold on,
no." That
hold
was
on
dope.
now. Oh, come on, Oakland Bay girl. If we coming with the Killmonger solution, who's the hero and who's the villain between T'Challa and Killmonger?
Is this
Well,
man
Killmonger
Wakanda
is the
or not?
hero.
Well,
Well, there we go.
Ted, speak. I'm standing in your house, serving justice to a man who stole your vibranium and murdered your people. Justice your king couldn't deliver. I don't care that you brought Claw. Only reason I don't kill you where you stand is because I know who you are. Now, what do you want? I want the throne.
Hey, you, the tuna.
Y'all sitting up here comfortable. Must feel good. It's about 2 billion people all over the world that looks like us, but their lives are a lot harder. Wakanda has the tools to liberate them all. And what tools are those? Vibranium. Your weapons. Our weapons will not be used to wage war on the world. It is not our way to be judge, jury, and executioner for people who are not our own. Not your own. But didn't life start right here on this continent? So ain't all people your people? I am not king of all people. I am king of Wakanda. And it is my responsibility to make sure our people are safe and that vibranium does not fall into the hands of a person like you.
Son, we have entertained the charlatan for too long. Reject his request.
Oh, I ain't requesting nothing. Ask who I am.
You're Eric Stevens, an American black operative, a mercenary nicknamed Killmonger. That's who you are.
That's not my name, princess. Ask me, king. No. Ask me. Take him away. Ungubani, Indingu, Indidaka, Unyanaka, Njobu.
Huh? Unyanaka, Njobu.
I found my daddy with panther claws in his chest. You ain't the son of a king, you are the son of a murderer.
Uyabosisa. Lies!
I'm afraid not, Queen Mother.
What? You indanda toka Njobu.
Hey, Auntie. I'm exercising my blood right. The challenge for the mantles of King and Black Panther.
Do not do this, T'Challa.
As the son of Prince Njobu, he is within his rights.
He has no rights here. The challenge will take weeks to prepare.
Weeks? I don't need weeks. The whole country ain't gotta be there. I just need him and somebody to get me out of these chains.
T'Challa, what do you know of this?
I accept your challenge.
There's a lot of complexities here in the false narrative. First of all, the argument that all life began in Africa when it's the youngest land on the planet. Secondly, to project upon the world what doesn't touch the rest of the world. It's very interesting to me. The slave narrative associated with African ancestry is being attached to the American and the American alone. Now, if I'm confused, would y'all correct this elder gentleman, this old nigga? Because the jury to me is still out, and the rocks are crying out from their scholarship that the oldest dirt is under our feet, the United
Absolutely.
States of America. But go ahead, sis.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I was quite surprised when I was still in school and I took a historical geology course, and I took 1 and 2. So I took it for a year. And the professor was very open and explaining the facts that North America is the oldest landmass on Earth. We have the oldest topography. We have the oldest mountain range. We have the oldest rivers. So it stands to reason we have the oldest people. And all of this talk about Africa being the center, I think that's up for debate. But on the academic level, it's not up for debate, at least on the geologic stage, it's not up for debate. They know. And we took several field trips out to the Mojave Desert, and I got a lot of samples. Our professor was pointing out the different stratigraphy of the rocks that we saw, and how each level, each layer was dating back to millions of years ago. So our landmass here in North America, according to my professor, is the first landmass to emerge from the deluge, because he literally said that the flood story, based on the geologic record, is true. And the first land to emerge out of the waters is continental North America. So I just want to add that little tidbit. But I have another video, and I'm not quite sure if it's going to play. I want to try. It's my first time trying an Instagram video, but let's give it a try. It's connected to that last Black Panther video.
As you share that, sis, I'd like everyone on the panel to consider going forward with the conversation. If you're not going back to any more of your slide presentation, sis, that let us discuss land issues and what is a claim. Anyone that's in the YouTube chat, it is pinned. Please feel free to join the panel. I'd like to move the conversation appropriately towards land acquisition and not the continuation of a pitiful, oppressed mind. Oh, woe is me. We're displaced off our land. If you didn't learn from that couple in Colorado, that's what you call 10 toes down. But you go ahead, sis.
Yes, I do have more presentation of slides, but I just have this video and one other, if they play, that I would like to share. Thank you.
Did you know Wakanda is actually rooted in the Americas? There's a lot to unpack here, but let's start with the fact that there is no place in Africa called Wakanda, but there are multiple places in the Americas with that name. Linguistically, the word Wakanda translates to the Great Spirit in the Siouan language. The Omaha, Potawatomi, Ponca, Quapaw, Osage, Oto, Kansa, Missouri, and Iowa tribes refer to the higher power as Wakanda, Wakantanka, or Taku Wakan. In indigenous American culture, Wakanda is the supernatural force that permeates the universe. In South America, a waka is a sacred object, typically a monument associated with veneration and ritual, such as Waka de Luna, Temple of the Moon, located in Peru and constructed between the 1st and 8th centuries. For the Incas, a waka is also used to refer to a sacred ritual or object. El Peru, originally known as Waka, is an ancient Mayan site that was occupied between 500 BC to 800 AD. Again, Waka refers to a sacred place. In Kansas, there is Wakanda Lake, which was originally referred to as Wakanda Springs before the United States flooded it out in 1967. The springs sat on top of a pyramid, or mounds, and had very powerful healing properties. Hence, indigenous people naming it Wakanda. There's also a town called Wakanda in South Dakota that belonged to the Lakota people prior to United States settlement. In Wisconsin, there is Wakanda Park Mounds, a large cluster of mounds that was submerged when the United States created Lake Menomin. By the way, they flooded the site after they excavated the area and found burials, amongst other artifacts. There seems to be a pattern of flooding out Wakas. Why is that? Alabama also had its own Wakanda 800 years before Marvel created their fabricated version. Keep in mind, Marvel just put Wakanda in its Fantastic Four series July of 1966, after it's already been in indigenous American culture for thousands of years. Another interesting detail is that Marvel released Black Panther the comic in 1966, 1 year after the Black Panther Party was founded.
Any commentary? I have one commentary. The name of America is actually a transliteration of Ama Waka. It's the same root of the word that the sister was just speaking of, Ama Waka. Yakopo shino lok fiho loa wacho kaho loka. This is our sacred land and house of peace, Ama Waka. So I have one more video that I would like to share. It's very short, but I have to find it. So if anyone would like to give commentary or add any information, please do.
I'll say something. You know, earlier you played the Black Panther clip and you have the character Killmonger. And even though that movie is not actually historically accurate, one thing that did highlight is the fighting spirit of the American Aboriginal because he was mixed with African, but what made him different from his family in Africa was he had this mother from Oakland, and that gave him a fighting spirit. And so that movie highlighted our indigenous spirit that is like no other and not like the African. And that's the reason why they were so comfortable sitting on all their resources, not helping anybody.
Thank you, sister, for your comment. Alabama, what say you?
Wakanda. If I'm not mistaken, anything dealing with Ohio Valley going upwards to the Canadian border is Algonquin, is it not? In any of its translation. And certainly anything from Sioux is considered an Algonquin Confederate language, is it not? Now, some might want to argue timeline, but it's no dispute that the Aboriginal, known as the American, referred to as the Indian, called Negro, colored, and black, left here tens of thousands of years ago before the walk across the land bridge. So I don't know. Let's see what they say.
Y'all follow them if y'all want the rest. Damn, packed them up, man. We get off the corner.
Y'all got any questions? Nigga, now what's up, man? What's your nationality, bro?
This is my tribe right here. But it's not Cuban though. It's incorrect.
What is it?
It's Massachusetts. It's a little different. But it's Manasai. It's the same thing.
What you mean, like, but your people come from Cuba?
Nah.
Where your people come from?
Israel.
Israel? What part of Israel?
Israel that's here.
Manasseh. Okay, but what do they call your people on this side of the earth?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts? That's a native tribe?
Massachusetts state named themselves after our tribe.
Massachusetts. Oh, okay. I'm with you.
But this is how the tribe is pronounced.
Okay, Manasseh.
So Algonquin language is the same as Israel language, the same as Hebrew language.
Yes, sir.
My language is very similar to this.
Okay. So y'all down here from Boston now?
Yeah, from Mass.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just interesting to see.
Yeah.
I saw it earlier. I was like, yo, that's crazy. It's got our tribe on this.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I've been looking into the Algonquin and this. What is that other tribe? What are the other tribes like in New York? It's Algonquin. What's right in New York though?
Algonquin is still Shinnecock. But they're all Algonquin still.
But they're all a part of
Algonquin's a language. Yeah, it's a language.
There's only one Algonquin tribe there in Canada. Okay, but the language group is Algonquin.
But our nationalistic designation is called Titicate.
Okay.
So our designations, the way that we do our nationalistic stuff, like our nation status, it comes from the land base in which your home village is.
Okay.
So we have 198 different villages within Massachusetts, but my home village is Titicate.
Okay.
Because my grandfather, who was the chief of the tribe, I serve as council chief now, but my grandfather, he served as council chief, and when he did, the national designation was Titicate. So on the old documents that you can pull from the Vatican from the 1621, you can actually see there that it says Massachusetts country or Titicate country, opposed to, like a tribe. We didn't use tribe. But Matakeesit would be my race. I'm considered Matakeesit as my race, but my national designation is Titicate.
It's crazy because literally we were just talking about it before you walked over. I was talking about how they got over 900 different, what they would say tribes, but everyone that got their federal recognition.
Yeah, they only got 565 federally acknowledged.
Yeah.
But there's thousands that are unacknowledged, and every single last one of you guys standing out here comes from one of those tribes too, that are unacknowledged by the feds, but acknowledged by the Creator. But everybody thinks Israel is somewhere else. That's also another problem.
What are you saying? You saying
this is
Israel?
This is Israel.
Why do you believe that this is Israel?
I'll tell you why I know that. Because 10,000 years ago, they found an ancient rock from my tribe.
Y'all follow them if y'all want the rest.
Sis and my brothers on the panel, let's not get it twisted. The problem we have, and again, I'd be very specific in what I say because there is only one American. Everyone else is non-American. And everything is finding itself here, not just in North Central South and the conjoining islands, as a Tonkinist one loves to say, but specifically the United Snakes of America. We are being duped, deluded, and deceived by every foreign alien invader in our midst. I don't care what they call themselves. I don't care where they originated from. I don't care what their philosophy, faith, political affiliation, or whatever label you want to group yourself in. Ask yourself this: why are they here running up in your face trying to convince you of anything? Why don't you ask yourself that and then turn around and ask them why they are here and you ain't going nowhere? But go ahead, sis, because these are some very silly, sick, demented, twisted people. And I yield.
Thank you, Alabama Yakoki. So that last video, I was really hoping to get more feedback or just some comments on what the brother was saying. I thought it was very key that
Before you go on with your slide presentation, rewind it from the beginning, and I'd like everyone still with us on the panel to comment on it, because Massachusetts, we may have to hear it again on how he speaks it, because again, remember, everything is being translated by a foreigner and then being accepted by us, given back to us by foreigners. And again, anyone that's there in the chat trolling or whatever, because I'm really ignoring whatever your running stream of consciousness and commentary is, hit the link. If you're having issues with what we're sharing, the land theft that we're discussing tonight is within the context of genocide. And as you shared in the very beginning, displacing someone from their land and their people, as in stealing children, are genocidal acts, correct, sis?
Yes, correct.
Damn, packed them up, man. We off the corner.
Y'all got any questions? Hey, what's up, man? What's your nationality, bro?
This is my tribe right here. But it's not Cuban though. It's incorrect.
What is it?
It's Massachusetts. It's a little different. But it's Manasai. It's the same thing.
What you mean, like, but your people come from Cuba?
Nah.
Where your people come from?
Israel.
Israel? What part of Israel?
Israel that's here.
Manasseh. Okay, but what do they call your people on this side of the earth?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. That's a native tribe?
Massachusetts state named themselves after our tribe.
Massachusetts. Oh, okay. I'm with you.
But this is how the tribe is pronounced.
Okay, Manasseh.
So Algonquin language is the same as Israel language, the same as Hebrew language.
Yes, sir.
My language is very similar to this.
Okay. So y'all down here from Boston now?
Yeah, from Mass.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah, it was just interesting to see that.
Yeah.
I saw it earlier. I was like, yo, that's crazy. It's got our tribe on it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I've been looking into the Algonquin and this. What is that other tribe? What are the other tribes like in New York? It's Algonquin. What's right in New York though?
Algonquin is still Shinnecock. But they're all Algonquin still.
But they're all a part of
Algonquin's a language. Yeah, it's a language. There's only one Algonquin tribe there in Canada.
Okay, but the language group is Algonquin.
But our nationalistic designation is called Titicut.
Okay.
So our designations, the way that we do our nationalistic stuff, like our nation status, it comes from the land base in which your home village is.
Okay.
So we have 198 different villages within Massachusetts, but my home village is Titicut.
Okay.
Because my grandfather, who was the chief of the tribe, I serve as council chief now, but my grandfather, he served as council chief, and when he did, the national designation was Titicut. So on the old documents that you can pull from the Vatican from the 1621, you can actually see there that it says Massachusetts country or Titicut country, opposed to, like a tribe. We didn't use tribe, but Matakeesit would be my race. I'm considered Matakeesit as my race, but my national designation is Titicut.
It's crazy because literally we were just talking about it before you walked over. I was talking about how they got over 900 different, what they would say tribes, but everyone that got their federal recognition.
Yeah, they only got 565 federally acknowledged.
Yeah.
But there's thousands that are unacknowledged, and every single last one of you guys standing out here comes from one of those tribes too, that are unacknowledged by the feds, but acknowledged by the Creator. But everybody thinks Israel is somewhere else. That's also another problem.
What are you saying? You saying
This is
Israel?
This is Israel.
Why do you believe that this is Israel?
I'll tell you why I know that. Because 10,000 years ago, they found an ancient rock from my tribe.
Y'all follow them if.
So let me be very clear of what I heard, Angel. Matakeesit, he said finally, though originally he said Massachusetts. A version of Massachusetts or Matakeesit then turns into Massachusetts because of colonizer translation, correct?
Yes, that's what he was saying. And he said specifically his people are, I believe he said Chittiquit.
Chittiquit, he said, was actually the nation which we refer to the land area. But his ethnicity, whether we want to use false terms like race, was Matakeesit. And that's what I was trying to hear clearly because of how he pronounced it. But we understand the state of Massachusetts It's what we continue to refer to it as because of our mental conditioning as miseducated Negroes. Now, as far as Algonquin is concerned, Algonquin is a language and is a confederation, right? So when we allow these foreigners to dictate to us, because that's what's happening, the Algonquin Bible is as old, possibly, maybe older than the Ethiopian Bible. I don't know. I'm just repeating what I heard. Now, if anyone on the panel wants to correct this decrepit old nigga, feel free, because I don't suggest to know any or everything. I am just reporting, unfortunately, what others have coerced and defrauded us to believe, whether it's Christianity, Islam, Judaism, these Hebrew Israelites, all of these people are regurgitating white degenerate narratives from white degenerate Europeans, from foreign invading ideas, belief systems, God concept. That's why that series, American Gods, is very insightful if you have the appropriate open mind and the ability to discern. But if all you're going to do is open your mouth and regurgitate what's been embedded in you from your childhood, that's a personal problem. But education is supposed to be a lifelong journey, which means every day you should be learning something you did not know. To stay stuck in what you are currently conditioned to believe, belief and knowledge are two entirely different things. It's like oil and water, they don't mix. So, anyone else on the panel wants to comment on what she shared as she goes back to it? And again, I'm going to challenge everyone listening in YouTube land. Hit the link if you'd like to entertain the discussion on the importance of land rights and land acquisition, because the American is being displaced off his or her land through identity crisis. You got it, sis.
Well, I would like to circle back to what the young chief was saying, because he also referred to him and his people as having a nation state status. And he also made mention to his genealogy being able to, that you can trace his genealogy back to records over in Europe that date back
In
to
the
1620.
Vatican, specifically
In
1621.
the
Now,
1620.
Crispus Attucks, now he said Natica, or whatever way that he pronounced it. I have to go back and maybe listen to it again because I'm just hearing it on the fly. But Crispus Attucks was a Natic, Natick, not native, a Natic or Natic, however you want to pronounce it, and Wampanoag, correct? Out of Massachusetts as a whaler, the supposed first martyr of the American Revolution, as we are
Yes,
taught. Correct, sis?
yes,
Well, you got it cooked.
yes. And I do have an image of Crispus Attucks, but it's a little later in the presentation. So I just found that conversation that the chief, he stepped up and just engaged them that way, so interesting. And that he is a chief. And it would be good if brothers like himself or even sisters who have that type of lineage and genealogy and knowledge of self could step onto the world stage, because I could see a young man like that. I don't know his age if he's old enough, but we need to put a young man like that in the White House. As far as I'm concerned, we need an
Well,
indigenous president.
all he is doing is standing on facts. Now, again, regardless of people's opposition, the only thing they come with is dogma, propaganda, and lies. Anything that comes out of what you are taught as American, when it is not, this is United States, his story, not American history. Do y'all not understand the difference? So again, when we're letting people dictate to us and suggest, because that's what these all suggestions. not requests, not based in law, certainly does not have authority, and is not constitutional. Anything outside of Constitution, the Great Law of Peace, and the Aboriginal autochthonous American heritage is stolen, because these bastards are actually calling themselves American nationals. They had the nerve, Tucker Carlson, to fix his lips and suggest there's such a thing as a heritage American. Now, this young man told you literally in the Vatican record the year after the Mayflower, we was told, landed here in 1620, right? And the Vatican had on record in 1621 Massachusetts as a country. Is that not what the young brother said, sis? But cook.
Yes, that is what he said. And I mean, you kind of took it where I wanted to take it next, is that when I said we need brothers and sisters with knowledge of self, of us being Aborigines and our culture based on the great law of peace to step up and take back what is ours. I could see a brother such as himself in the office of the commander in chief, as far as I'm concerned, because his whole ideology and all his principles, values are going to be based on the great peace. And that's what they're supposed to be representing, these citizens of the United States, these naturalized immigrants. They're supposed to be representing in office our law, the law of the land, which is the great peace. And they're not doing that. They've taken it to someplace else. And y'all see where our country is right now, full of corruption and fraud. So I'm not going to get on, because I could go on and on that. But let me calm down, take it down a notch, and let's focus on this slide here. And these are historical images. And it's literally, we could term it as European iconography, but they depict Aboriginal American matriarchs. So top center is dating back to 1505. And you can clearly see, this is a sister. You can clearly see the Negro phenotypic features. She's breastfeeding. She has a baby here, and then she has another offspring, another child here. And this is an image from 1505. Coming down here, this in the bottom left, we have a very well-known image where I think just about any brother and sister who is indigenous, they've seen this image, and it dates back to 1590. It's the Aboriginal matriarch, and she's amongst I did crop this image, but she's amongst other Aborigines, and in the background depicts the Europeans coming like they're discovering America, but Mawaka, we've already been here. We've always been here. So let's take a look over here at the right, at the bottom. It's another image. This is from a mural, and this is 1753, the Aboriginal American matriarch. Up top left, we have America, Africa, Europe, and Asia depicted as women, as well, I'm not going to call them matriarchs. I would say they're matriarchs of their people, I guess. And then over here on the top right, we have an actual Congressional Medal of Honor that has on it the matriarch in the feathered headdress, and she's actually honoring, it looks like this might be maybe a government official, since it's a Congressional Medal of Honor. Maybe it's a government official, but it's someone dressed in European style attire is being honored. So all of these depiction here are just indisputable. You cannot debate our antiquity on our land. However, there are those who do try. They do try. So, um,
If I may, sis, for a quick moment, I
yes.
know Big Dog's not shouting out as he usually does. If Sharice, and I saw her in the chat, Sharice, if you are there, could you please hit the link, or Enots, Old Dude, Conscious Spirit? I mean, y'all having some interesting commentary there. We would love for you to share it with the panel and discussion. And again, I would ask people, if you do come and join us, give us a land claim issue. If you didn't see the video earlier with the couple from Colorado, I'd like you to explain why your family has been displaced, if is the case, off their land, and if not, how are you keeping your legacy of not selling heirs property? Because I don't think people really understand that, sis. That you don't have a right to sell your heirs property or your legacy. But cook, sis, cook.
Yes, so continuing on with proof of our antiquity and being the indigenous aborigines of the land. This image is from the 1670s, and it's image by an artist named Jonathan Carver. And it's from a book that he published entitled Travels Through the Interior Parts of North America in the years 1666, 67, and 68. And this is supposed to be it says
Is this supposed to be
Atagamis.
the Potawatomis?
Yes, it also says in the description that perhaps Potawatomis or Potawatomis, but the Potawatomis, that's who these people are. And we can clearly see their Negro phenotype. So moving on, I have an excerpt from the book, but I'm going to continue on because we're kind of running with time to these images. This is coming out of the 1830s, and these are Aborigines in Canada, Lake Nipissing and the Ottawa River, which I believe are in Ontario province,
Now, we know what Ottawa
Canada.
keeps being referenced, but isn't 1830 a very interesting year? And if the Indian was removed, where were we removed from and removed to?
Mm-hmm. Yes. But this is an image from 1830. So Aborigines, and that's why I always say of continental North America, because we're all over throughout the latitudes. So my next slide, I have another excerpt from the book, and this is a short one, so I'll read it. Certainly, present groups self-identifying as Native American tribes have not lived with the intergenerational curses of being called nigger, which Oxford Dictionary defined as an historic term for American Indians. Be that as it may, the indigenous Negroid phenotypic people of continental North America, misidentified as Black, have endured generations of racial hatred from nigger curses.
Now,
So you're
hold
talking about
on, wait a
curses.
minute, hold up, wait a minute. Now, I am quite certain, whether you even acknowledge or let it come across your spirit, that a certain degenerate HPD officer, I believe named Ashley Gonzalez, said nigger on the internet at over 24 times and had an orgasmic experience. Did she not, conducting that foul business, American isms? And who do you think that was directed at? I doubt very seriously it was directed at any $5 Native American imposter on a reservation. Who do you think she degenerately suggested was a nigger on a regular basis being put under the control of the constabulary? But y'all got it, sisters.
No, you're absolutely on point with that. I didn't follow that story too close, but from what I heard, yeah, she was really, she got beside herself and she got put in check. So let's go on to the next image. More proof, but this obviously is an artist depiction, but it's what it's depicting. And this goes back to the young chief that we talked about. This image is of Somerset. And most of us, if not all of us, we should know who Somerset is. This figure is famous for welcoming the pilgrims. Well, they have here the English, but
Now,
he's
would that be the
so-called,
Thanksgiving false narrative?
well, this is Somerset, and he was of the Wampanoag. And, so like you
No, I
said,
get that, sis. I'm saying, would that
1620s.
lead to this false narrative of the first Thanksgiving, the so-called
Yeah,
Puritan?
if you take their narrative on it, their take or their spin of it. But I think the interesting part here is that Somerset is clearly distinguished as an Aborigine with the dark complexion, and his hands are out like he's literally welcoming them. And it's interesting in this picture also that we look in these so-called pilgrims. They've been on our land for a while because they've cut down trees, they've built homes, and they seem to be getting pretty comfy. But here comes Somerset welcoming them. And like you said, bro, the whole Thanksgiving narrative. So let's continue on. I'm going to go past a lot of the excerpts from the book because they're pretty lengthy. And I would just recommend that everyone get a copy of the book. It's everything that is in this presentation is elaborated and articulated 100 times more in the
Well,
book.
let me give you just a brief respite and say that phrase. Go back to that panel
Oh,
because there's some
thank you,
very
bro.
interesting things there. In 2012, a United States Senate Committee on Indian Affairs report, authored by Senator Daniel Akaka, recognized the so-called Indian term as a legal social political construct, which means not as a racial or cultural designation. The report cites, quote, there is no single definition of the term Indian, while stating Christopher Columbus wrongly used the term in his 1493 report to the Spanish crown. Columbus referred to the islands he discovered under his royal patent as quote unquote Indies, and the indigenous people encountered were referred to as quote unquote Indians. Although the report states so called Indian is a misnomer, it also makes the term synonymous to Aboriginal, based on SCOTUS, which is the Supreme Court of the United States, citing the term, quote unquote, Aboriginal tribes taken from the 19th century treaty agreements to mean so called Indian tribes. From a Senate Report 112 through 251, I gather those are the pages out of that particular Senate report. But
No, that's
again,
the actual number of the report,
okay, so
112-251.
now again, the date is very interesting. 2012 would be what? For the American, known as the Negro, being duped into voting for the first what president? No,
Right.
Toni Morrison called President Bubba, who blew the saxophone on the Arsenio Hall show. You do know she called him the first black president, right? That's
But
Toni
wouldn't that be
Morrison.
his second term in
It
2012?
was. He was going to be reelected.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2013 and 2014, what happened as far as UNDRIP, ADRIP, and the Vatican coming over here in
Mm-hmm.
2014? In
Mhm.
2013, the 100th year expiration of the Federal Reserve and the 99-year lease has been up. But I digress. Go ahead,
Oh,
sis.
wait, what are you talking about? The 99-year lease on what?
For the Federal Reserve,
Mm.
in 2013, it expired. 1913 is where
Oh, yes.
the infamous, what do they call that island again? Jekyll
Jekyll.
Island off the
Mhm.
coast of what crime scene? Georgia.
Mm.
I don't, you know, I don't know. I'm just an old nigga. But can we connect the dots?
Yeah, you're
Go,
connecting some dots right there.
go ahead, sis.
So this next image is coming from 1671, more proof. As we can clearly see, these are some of our ancestors. They're indigenous Aborigines, and this is coming out of what they called back then New Netherlands, is what the Europeans were trying to call it,
Now,
and
when
it's
they want to suggest New Netherlands, New York was called New Amsterdam because of the Dutch, correct?
mhm.
And now you're saying New York, where's old York? New Jersey, where's the old Jersey?
Oh
New
wait, isn't
Hampshire,
New
where's
Netherlands
old?
the Dutch?
Yes, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm pointing it out as you're bringing
Oh,
it up,
okay.
sis.
Okay, you said New
So
Amsterdam. In
that's what New
Amsterdam?
York was called
Okay.
before the Dutch were displaced by the so-called British colonial invasion.
Mm.
So New York City was New Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
New York, where's the old York? New
Hmm.
Jersey, where's the old Jersey?
Right.
New Hampshire, where's the old Hampshire? These are the current states that are occupying our land without our approval. Now, Delaware, we know what's problematic with Delaware and the Lenape.
Mm-hmm.
Connecticut, I've never had anyone explain what that means. And what tribe is the Connecticut?
Well, I believe the name actually is another transliteration, like what the young chief was saying, and it's Quinnicut, Quinnicut. It's spelled with a Q-U-I-N, but I don't know
American
how they got
isness. You
I
gonna
don't
get
know
on
how
this
they got Connecticut
business?
out of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna gas up my adopted daughter. All right.
Okay.
So Rhode Island and Providence Plantation
Mm-hmm.
and William, Pennsylvania. All right, but go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I just want to point out, look at how they're dressed. I mean, we obviously was weaving our own fabrics, and brother has a bow, and he has arrows on his back. So, we were masters at that. And the young sister back here is just running, being free. And this is just how we lived on our land. The land looks luscious and abundant. So I'm thinking that this is a pretty good, even though it's an artist rendition in 1671. It's a good depiction of what life was back then. So here's another quote, excerpt from the book, going in on genocide. It's quite lengthy, so I'm not going to read it. I'm going to continue on through this section. I'm just going to let me read the last part of this. It says, at present, a significant numbers of indigenous Aborigines have acquiesced to systemic racism in United States, from being indoctrinated for generations to believe their Black/Negro skin color trait is a Negro phenotypic feature that originates only in Africa.
Now hold right there, sis, because again, I think and the reason why I say the American known as the Negro is in specificity. The Negro is a concoction. The book is called The Miseducation of the Negro. Reiterate that sentence you just read here again about indoctrination. Shun?
Yes, it just says that our people pretty much were acquiescing to systemic racism from being indoctrinated. But over generations of time, we've been indoctrinated.
Now, let me
And
jump to that last segment, the paragraph at the bottom. For more than 3.5 centuries, slavery has existed in the West Indies. Indians from the American coast, present southeast United States, were conveyed to Saint Domingo and Cuba in large numbers. The plea for the capture and 62 employment of the Aborigines was their conversion to Christianity. Take it away, sis.
so let me do something real quick. That's 62. I should have deleted that. That's the page number because it's from pages 62 to 63 in the book. But the sentence before that, that was leading up to that reference states OMB defines the Black/Negro race in the United States as African descent or origin for governmental purposes, although historic Census Bureau documentation exists stating Aborigines were captured along the southeastern Atlantic coastal regions of continental America by European traffickers of slaves during the early 1500s. So they were capturing Aborigines along the southeastern coastal regions during the early 1500s, and that's documented in this reference taken from the 1860 census introduction. That's where I found this, where they literally stated that that happened. And this is in a government document. This next image, moving on, I don't know if brothers was running around butt naked like this, but this artist is depicting Aborigines in 1822 this way. And this is from the San Francisco Bay area in California. And brothers are very well developed.
Now,
So
reiterate again why they want to call us savages and what is a savage, sis.
Is this the Ohlone tribe?
it could be the Ohlone people because of the area and the geographic location where they are, but I can't say for sure. It's taken from this book, Picturesque Voyages Around the World by Louis Cloris, and the author is Jean-Augustin Franquelin. So anyone is encouraged to do some more research to try and find out what actual people they are from, but we do know they're Aborigines by their phenotype for sure. So rounding out, well, almost rounding out this section on American identity, this is a collage I put together, and it's showing, our people. At the top left, we have the Pamunkey, this young brother in the center. Top here, he's Cheyenne. Over on the right top are the Algonquin, more Algonquin on the bottom right. The young sister here next to the Algonquin in the bottom right, she's Mattapony. And here in the center is the father of the American Revolution, Crispus Attucks. And this depiction of him I got from the Library of Congress. And this young brother here, I have not been able to find a reference to what people he are of, but he's definitely an Aborigine. And this sister here on the bottom left, she's Seneca. And this image is coming from the early 1900s. Most of these images are from the early 1900s, except for this artist's rendition, of course, of Crispus Attucks. As we know, Crispus Attucks lived in the 1770s. So the last slide I have here, these are historical references, and this is rounding out this section. These are historical references as more evidence, more proof. The top reference is stating from a court case, and this court case is coming out of 1772, and the court case is Robin v. Hardaway, if you want to look it up. And the quote from the attorney who stated that the free Aborigines of this continent, whose rights we had sufficiently violated when we, talking about the foreigners, the invaders, took from them their lands without adding further aggravation by enslaving their persons. And this was from a freedom case. And they actually, let me get this correct. I believe this case, they didn't win. They did not win this particular case. But this is a statement that the attorney made. He made a very strong argument rather. And the next reference is, it's a historical reference coming out of 1884, and it just simply says, we speak of the race of men found in possession of this continent at the time of its discovery by Europeans in the 15th century as the Aborigines of America, and long usage has rendered the term in the sense in which it is applied to the Indians, peculiarly fitting, though incorrect. So what they're saying is that the term Indians is maybe fitting, but it's incorrect. They were natives of America, but not its Aboriginal people. And this is in reference to what Sister Wakanda was saying earlier when she was stating that there's historical maps that show this continental landmass as India proper. And they were also utilizing the term Indians, but she was saying they couldn't have been talking about us being the Indians. However, we do know that that term Indian has just been used as a brand that they put onto indigenous people all over the world, because there's references, historical references of the European colonists calling the Aborigines in Australia Indians, Aborigines in Asia Indians, and Aborigines over here in America Indians. So here's another reference. It says the name Indian as applied to the original or either or both the Americas, Canada, the islands in and adjacent to the Gulf of Mexico has no authority founded upon truth. And also from the same, from another author, it states, the wrongful appellation originated with Columbus. The name of Indian was given at that time, and it has been continued, although at variance with the truth. And it has had a material effect in checking inquiry concerning the Aborigines, who have been called Indians. The name seemed at once to specify their origin. And so those last two references is from an author, last name Jones, and from the year 1843. And this next reference says, throughout the Spanish Empire, colonized indigenous peoples were generally called Indians, Indios, in the Eastern and Western Indies. And that's from an author in 2014, a scholar, by the way. The next reference says the Iroquois Lenape and Southern New England tribes, and I put in parentheses nations because they were nations, not tribes, was the Proto-Negroid. And the Proto-Negroids may be supposed to have been dark brown in skin color with strongly curly or frizzly hair. And this is coming from an author in 1923. And then the last reference is what Brother Alabama just read. So the indigenous erasure is blatantly evident by the Census Bureau consistently modifying the Black race category from 1850 to 2020, particularly modifications that changed the Negro/Indian race designation on census surveys from 1930 to 1960. They changed it to Negro or Black beginning in 1970. By 1980, the census category of Negro or Black was modified to Black or Negro. The Black or Negro race designation continued to census 1990, but under the nationalities designated as African American, Afro-American, Haitian, Jamaican, West Indian, Nigerian, and so on. Then the 2000 census modification changed Black or Negro to a Black, African American, or Negro racial group, which also remained on the 2010 census. But the 2020 census modified the category to just Black or African American by removing the term Negro. Thus, completely backcasting and erasure of indigenous Negro and Negroid phenotypic people in the United States was achieved. These administrative actions vitiated the continuity of Negro-Negroid ancestry distinct to indigenous Aborigines. The Negro term has prehistoric significance in describing Aborigines as the natural-born indigenous Negro-Negroid phenotypic people, Proto-Negroid, of continental North America. The last census modification in 2020 finally synced with OMB promulgating a Black or African American racial group designation since 1997. This OMB SPD 15 category documents the administrative manipulation of Black/Negro identity data through a statistical methodology that does not describe and define Negro-Negroid phenotypic people in America as indigenous. Since OMB adopted SPD 15 in 1977, indigenous Negro-Negroid phenotypic people of America have been misidentified as Black and misrepresented as having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. And that's from pages 223 to 224 in my book. So I would like to pause here for any commentary and also to see if we have any time to continue on or if we need to make this a part 2.
Well, I know we've been going after all of the technical difficulties that began, and we got to smooth this out for the next round. American Isness, Wakita, if y'all have anything that you want to share, because I think we're working on about 3 hours now, and I think we have to circle back to birthright citizenship. We wanted to try to focus on land issues for tonight. This is an ongoing discussion for the people in the chat or that are listening on the replay and YouTube. This is a genocidal onslaught. And I don't think y'all are taking seriously the magnitude of what's going on. So when you have deflection and distractionary discussions like raising the Palestinian genocide, this is not to dismiss the horror and the death, the rape, the abuse of children that is ongoing in this illegal formation of the state of Israel. We don't want to get off in that and go on a tangent. But what the act of genocide was first initiated in the world stage in 1951 is based on the fact that we're conditioned and created Negro American. That's who charged genocide against the United States government in the United Nations first genocide convention. So for those of you who have not been going to the past bills that we have done, I suggest you go to Big Dog's channel. You'll see them archived there. And again, this ongoing discussion is, who are you calling black? That is denigrating. That is dismissive. That is discriminatory. That is defamatory. Now, you can choose to defame yourself, but when you think you have some kind of, I don't know, black card, license, or false agreement with others, you're still defaming. Now, I'm really disturbed that the minister and the nation did not come forward when he attempted to initiate an anti-defamation lawsuit against the ADL, because they are defamatory. And on their website, they claim to address defamation of all kinds. But being referred to as a nigger, no matter whether you might want to believe, can become a term of endearment. In the history of the word, its only use was to demean, defame, degrade, and turn a person into property. Now, if you can't get with that, you can't comprehend that, that's a personal problem. I feel sorry for you. But there's no ignoring the historical fact and the record. You can do however you choose to do as an individual. But being called a nigger around the world 24 hours a day to the tunes of billions, if not tens of billions of dollars, when I showed you that debt clock, Angel, how much you think is cranking up by second calling us a nigger? You saw how the debt clock works. You saw how the debt is running. You saw how the deficit and the budget, it's at $7 trillion. Now they're spending tax revenue that should not be extracted because the Constitution states very clearly that the Indian should not be taxed, nor should he or she be enumerated. And that means counted. So I'm not to be counted amongst my enemies. I'm not to be included, coerced, or condemned by alien foreign invaders. Now, you can choose to do that for yourself. I dare say you cannot be tolerated to do it for our children and our grandchildren's sake. But go ahead, sis. Isness, Wakita, you have anything to? Because I was trying to encourage the clan mothers. If there's anyone else that wants to attend, is that dark man coming, easing in the back door?
Good, man. Peace, peace, love.
DMC in his house. What you got to say, my brother? Introduce yourself to the ladies.
Ain't nothing much, man. Yeah, I'm DMC, man. Ain't nothing, no. I just came to see what y'all was up to, man. I hear you was talking about the most powerful color ever. You know, the most darkest color in the cosmos. And I was just like, he said a lot about it, but he only saying it from a doctrinated perspective, man. That's the most powerfulest color. That's the void of space, black. Black is beautiful.
But
Now,
you
you
do
said devoid of
understand.
space. Are you referring to a black hole, or would you like to refer to topsoil? But go ahead, American Isms. Forgive me for stepping on
I
your rib.
mean,
Well,
it could be that. It is that. You exactly right. It sucks up everything around it. You know, everything can't help but be magnetized to it. I mean, it's gonna be a light and it's gonna be a dark. That's just how it is. You know, that's just
but
life. That's life.
you do understand that they're using it as a descriptor, and we're not black. Like literally, we're brown people. You do
Yeah,
understand that.
yeah, but it's still a difference between light and dark. I mean, you can't deny that that's what it always is. That's the that's like the main two colors, in America is black and white. I mean, we've come a long
Unfortunately, my
way
good
though.
young brother, white is not a color. And though we might
Yeah,
allow people to put certain things in what we call a dictionary, which is a description and a definition,
right.
but white is
Indoctrination.
not a color. Now, when you want to talk about spectrum, for example, energy, when you take a prism, you know that you can flash a beam of what you consider white light. Through a prism, what comes out is the rainbow spectrum of color because it is shown that light is a frequency and vibrates at a certain level.
So
Now, as
true.
far as
Real true.
blackness, and again, I'm not trying to change what your thinking is or I'm just trying to stay objective with what are facts. Now, if you want to talk about going into the deep, dark crevices of
That's
triple
right.
darkness and the
Darker
womb
the
and the
berries,
matrix and all
sweeter
this
the
type of
roof.
stuff, but
We
again,
the zoo.
as that young sister said, who is a parent, and I'm not saying this to diss you, DMC, because I've asked you many times. You haven't brought a child here yet that you know
Not
of,
yet.
right? But you
Not
do claim other children to
yet.
be
Yeah.
under
Yeah.
your
I definitely
expression
make sure,
and
yeah, I make sure
exposure.
the kids eat and I
Uh,
look out when I
uh,
can.
Okay. Now, any child barely 2 years old, if you say they're black, they'll look at their skin and they will take whatever black thing in comparison to it and say, "What is this again? Did you say?" A
Blackness,
child will say,
royalty,
out of the mouths of
royalty,
babes.
the the deepest,
Brown.
the land that we stand on, like the space,
It's brown.
everything.
The soil, the beautiful soil that grows our food, is brown.
When you look up in the sky at night, all you see is pure blackness. That's all.
Darkness.
That's it. That's it. That's all that surrounds us in space. I mean, in America, even the Caucasians said, "Yo, it's the Black Americans, the white Americans." So it's like that's all they know. They don't give a fuck about no other race. They respect us to
Now,
the point
again,
that
I
they gotta
may
keep us
have
down.
crowned you from your acronym, Dark Man Coming. Now, DMC, I know reading is fundamental, right? And I'm
All right.
certain that I'm going to respect you that you can read what's on screen. Would you be so kind as to read
Okay.
what is on the screen?
It's the land usurpation, foreign invasion versus Aboriginal American sovereignty. The free Aborigines of this continent right whose rights we had authentically violated when we took from their land without adding further uh admiration. I can't see the other
That's aggravation. Let me help you here, DMC. Land usurpation, foreign invasion versus Aboriginal American sovereignty. Quote, the free Aborigines of this continent, who writes we, and she's making very clear who the we is, European colonists, had sufficiently violated when we, the European colonists, took from them their lands without adding further aggravation by enslaving their persons. Now, this is a quote from a court case, Robin versus Hardaway in 1772. Let me say that one more time in the quotation. The free Aborigines of this continent, whose rights we had sufficiently violated when we took from them their lands without adding further aggravation by enslaving their persons.
That's right.
Now, what say you about that, DMC?
I mean, ain't shit new under the sun. Shit still going on. They still taking people land, evicting people from homes, bringing in better houses for higher prices, and it's people on the streets and people. It's all relocation and reclassification, like real
Okay, but
deal.
I want here's what I want you to understand, DMC. This quote is taken out of a legal complaint, a lawsuit. Okay, whoever the
That's right.
parties, Robin and Hardaway are, this quotation is stating a fact. Whether people seem to comprehend this, so I'm going to say it one more time. Just walk with me, young brother. Okay, the free Aborigines of this continent. Now, this is the European referring to the people of this land. They're referring to them as what?
Uh,
Aborigines.
well, okay,
So this is what the colonizers who are colonizing the land refer to the people on that land. You follow me? That's first.
okay.
So the free Aborigines of this continent whose rights we had sufficiently violated, is that an admission of committing a crime, DMC?
Hell yeah.
Okay, when we, again, the same European colonists, took from them their lands, are we agreeing that that's land theft?
Oh yeah.
And if they admitted in the statement in a legal claim before a court and a magistrate that they committed said crime, right?
You're right.
So when we took them from their lands without further aggravation, that would mean another crime on top of a crime. Would you agree?
Hell yeah, it's bullshit.
And that further aggravation by what? Enslaving their persons. So, first of all, you see how free at the beginning of the quote is in direct contradiction to enslavement at the end of the quote. Did you pick up what I'm putting down, DMC?
Yeah, real talk.
Now, what conclusion would you come to understand this quote to mean and why she highlighted at the top land usurpation? Are you feeling me, young
Hell
brother?
yeah, that's
But go ahead, cook,
reclassification. That
cook.
reclassification, hell yeah, that shit serious. That shit serious. Hell yeah. You on it though?
And also this image, it's a famous painting. I mean, I've seen it in so many textbooks where it's so-called depicting manifest destiny or their vision of taking over our ancestral lands from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific, or as they would say, from sea to shining sea.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
why do you think they use the image
these
of a
folks
white
feel
woman?
privileged.
Now, these are the settlers that are all around her. You see the wagon trails, right? Why do you think this image of a white woman, which I believe is some supposed goddess, right, from their ancient Greek or Roman mythologies or whatever? But go ahead, sis.
Is that at Columbia?
I really don't know. It may be. It may be. If anyone wants to do some more digging on this image to see what the artist was trying to depict, please share that info. But I just paired the image with this section of the presentation on land usurpation because, as Alabama has been stating all night, that this is about land rights. And so in this next section, which we probably would need to do a part 2 because it's pretty lengthy, I go
Before
into
you go further, could you at least reference what Robin V. Hardaway, isness? Could you pull up that real quick if you could, maybe in Justia or whatnot, and impart some insight on what is this particular lawsuit addressing in
it's in my
1772?
book. I go more in detail in the book. It was a freedom suit. and someone was petitioning the court that they were being held captive against their will and made to work against their will, and that they did not have the right to hold them because they're Aborigines. But the court ruled that no, you're an Indian, and Indians under our statutes can be enslaved. So, yes, anyone could go look it up, but basically, that's what the court case was about. It was the difference between semantics of, oh, well, how do you identify? Well, the
And
court
which
and the
colony would this be
society,
before the United
oh my
States?
goodness,
If
I
it's
can't remember.
1772, no, but you don't have, but I would imagine it's somewhere in New Netherlands that we were
Yeah,
talking earlier.
it's up
Yeah,
there in the
but go ahead,
Northeast.
sir.
It's up there in the Northeast, but it's in the book. And I go into more detail. But like I said, we may want to do a part 2 because this section on land usurpation is lengthy, because I go into how they was able to put in place a system of dispossessing us from our land. So I go into the land ordinance of 1784, 1785, the Northwest Ordinance of
Yeah, would you back
1787.
up a slide? Back up a slide. Okay, yeah, that's what I was. So that is a House Joint Resolution of
Oh,
last
this is in
year.
the birthright citizenship section.
Okay, so we're going to jump over that because we
Yeah.
do want to focus on land. We had a different, separate birthright citizenship discussion, and that,
Yeah,
by the
but
way,
this
for
one
you in
goes
the
into
audience.
more of the legalities, because there's actually a House resolution and a Senate joint. The Senate and the House both have joint resolutions that are in committee right now to uh, proposing
Propose an
an
amendment to
amendment to the
protect.
Constitution.
Now, here's the conflict right there. Right, there is no American citizenship. You see how they doing the diabolical
Yes,
shit? But go
yes.
ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yes. No, that's how they worded it. And this is the House resolution. And the Senate resolution was just introduced on the 29th of April by Rand Paul. And it's pretty much worded this exactly the same as the House resolution that was proposed last year. So they're working on it.
But
And I
you
think,
notice that he says to protect United States citizenship.
yeah.
But the
And they'll
one
probably
that the other,
change the final wording to United States citizenship, because that
this
goes more with the
convolution,
14th Amendment.
but see, this convolution and conflation, that's what has to be dealt with. So, Dark Man Coming, I get you want to hang on whatever you want to hold dear about black and blackness, but in reality and in the court, it is defamatory and civil litis. More teeth, American isness. What's the
And it's
teeth? What's the teeth
unconstitutional.
in the more teeth, my
Black is
dear?
unconstitutional.
It's a corpus delictus, but go ahead.
But so is white.
Indoctrination is going to be unconstitutional, and indoctrination, of course it is. That's just by definition. That doesn't
Well,
mean it's real shit, is real nigga shit.
but aren't we living under those definitions though?
I mean, some people are, but that's what we be arguing about all day. Some people is real, some people is cool. So, yeah, for a lot of shit.
Well, DNC, I wished you had to come up earlier because, like I said, we're kind of knocking on 3 hours here after all of the problems we had earlier with technical difficulties. And sis, I was going to ask if you could, because I keep having this loop and this echo going on my side. Those last two videos are typically what I would wrap up with our anthems. If you care to share them, Mayday first, and then finally with camaraderie. Big Dog, you still with us? Or are you still out
Can
there
I say
practicing
something?
in the
Can I say
pool
something
hall?
before you guys
Yes,
move
yes,
on?
you may. Yes, you may, dear.
Now this may seem a little immature, okay? So please don't jump on me. But she was mentioned what's it called? The Lene Lenape. And one thing that I find, because sometimes we have words like they say, oh, the Indian said, hey y'all, and that's one of the things that we say is hey y'all, right? And there's another word or phrase that we use is we say nappy. And we know that that is something that we use, that is our word. And so, where did that word come from? And so, when she brought up that particular tribe, one of the things it brought up was their hair. So, I'm
Now we
wondering,
use that
did that
lovingly, talking about the
slang
nappy
come
in the
from a certain
kitchen.
group of people?
Do we not refer to the kitchen that you be beating back the nap on
Right.
Saturdays and Sundays?
And so,
And
like, where did nappy,
go ahead,
where
Angel.
did that
Now we
come
about
from?
to start. We about to start some other mess with over
Yeah, y'all
our
getting ready to start
femininity.
something because I don't have any naps in my kitchen. My stuff came out straight.
Okay, now which one of those rappers said the nappy dugout? Yes, miss. Which
Oh
one of them?
no.
Which one of them now? I mean, I don't.
Oh no.
Was that?
Honestly, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to be immature, but I just find it funny that when you were talking about that one tribe with a similar name, the thing that came out that they described was
Well,
their
but the
hair.
Lenny
You did.
Lenape, no, but the
It,
Lenny Lenape, as far as the Delaware, because they became synonymous eventually. I don't know if you want to go into that, Angel,
Some
but
people with curly
when
hair.
No,
we were
no, I don't.
discussing that part earlier about the Massachusetts, and I really need to listen clearly on what he calls himself, because the Massaquoi, I think he said one time, and then he said Massatitic or something like that was the
And
actual.
somebody need to find that brother and invite
Mhm.
him up on the panel so he can come and build with us.
Mm. So, Isness, would you again elaborate on your avatar and the history of the Great Seal of California, please, dear, before we wrap up? And
well,
Wakita, we haven't heard from you in a while.
I know. Well, we do know that California is a name. Some people say mythological, but I'm not quite sure on that. But she was an Amazonian queen here in California. California actually there's a lot of dams in California. So if you look at old maps, it was an island. So there's the island of California, and it looks like the island California was named after this woman who obviously ran the island, which we know as the Amazon.
So, as our sister plays us out with our two anthems, and I
And
thank
and and,
you.
and her name was like it's Queen Khalifa, actually, to be more clear.
That is correct. And we were hoping and encouraging this to be a clan mother discussion because all land rights issues are through the matrilineal line, DMC. Now,
Real.
you can feel some kind of way about it. Doesn't
I
matter
feel you.
what you
I
feel.
feel you.
But it is Mother Earth that feeds and nourishes
That's
all life
right. Story.
on her.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, as we close out with Mayday, can we close the ranks on this nonsense?
What nonsense, Alabama?
Well, we will reveal that in future discussions, will we not? And I yield.
Thank you so much, Yakoki Lawa. Thank you, everyone who is on the panel, everyone who is in the chat. Give thanks. And I want to do a part two because we didn't get to the land portion of the presentation. So hopefully we can do a part two coming up, and hopefully everyone will join in on the
As you
next
mentioned that, sis,
podcast.
as we close out with these anthems, because I will always want to keep a signature of what it is we're intending to do. We're trying to pull people together, trying to stand on truth, and the facts should speak for themselves. but we shall hopefully have a more involved panel of people involved with land issues, as we see going on with the Colorado couple. And we also are going to be bringing forward a young brother who is about the same age as Dark Man Coming, who has been contending with millionaire squatters and his exotic zoo. But go ahead, sis, as I yield.
Yeah, Alabama, I just would like to ask you if you could kind of bridge the gap, because for me, those of our people, and I am saying our people who do identify as Black, and then those of us who know our genealogy and our lineage, and we're standing on our truth as the Indigenous people, as Aborigines. How do we bridge that gap? Because those who are identifying as Black are literally acquiescing to the system that they're complaining about. And they're going along with a system that is fraudulent and committing fraud against them, but they're complaining about it. And what is the solution? What is the solution for those who identify as Black?
There is no solution. It's history now. That's history. It's no, you can't. It's no take back. See, it's what it is. It's history. It's people that's gonna be born and gonna be saying they Black, and then it's people who gonna, it's all types of differences. You know what I'm saying? It's all types of shit out here.
The unfortunate thing, and you are correct, young brother, but again, the unfortunate thing is that Black people have to be authorized by white people. That's ironic.
That's indoctrination, though. That's just how
Secondly, Black, Bloc, BLC, BLACQUE is bland, blanc, bleached, blanco. So it doesn't matter what you think you want to make something be, it is still not
history.
you. Well, I don't care about whether it's his story or not. The fact of the matter is, and if you want to be a responsible person, because I know you haven't brought the child here yet, it's still going to be spawned from your seed, but you are in the midst of this current generation that they're calling Alpha, the children of Zeta. Okay?
Right.
You have a responsibility to not continue that said indoctrination that you just suggested. So again, I'm not trying to call. Hold on, DMC, because I don't want to have to mute you. I'm just asking you to listen. What the sister asked of me was to address it. So could you just hold on for a second? Okay. Ultimately, Black people will be directed by white people acknowledging their Blackness, which is ironic, young brother,
That's
because I'm
only
not
a
here.
society.
Come on now,
That's not in the
DMC.
soul.
I asked you to stop doing that. Now, I don't want to disinvite you. I want you to actually listen.
Hey, I muted everybody, Alabama. Brother DMC, let them get it out, man. I muted you. Stay muted, please. Unmute, Alabama. Go ahead, brother.
Again, my brother, it doesn't matter what an individual thinks or holds to themselves. This is a system issue. And this is why we must stand on the facts of the matter. There is only one American. I don't care what people call themselves, associate themselves with, does not make them so. Same thing with black, white, or whatever. These are adjectives. And ironically, every one of them wants to attach itself to American. Ask those questions. Address that for yourself. You don't have to prove nothing to me. I'm not asking anyone to convert or be convinced of anything. Come on now. Stop doing that, DMC.
Everybody wants to be Black.
We already said you came late to the conversation. Next time, come early. Right now, as I've told you repeatedly, we're trying to close out the show. We're trying to close out the show, DMC. So Sis, as you play the final two anthems, again, I'm going to encourage everybody that's in the chat or listening on the replay, come prepared for the next conversation to discuss land rights and claims, not philosophy, political position, religious beliefs. Address the conversation at hand that we're having. We as a people, and specifically individual situations, are being displaced off the land that we and our ancestors sprung from. That is an act of genocide. Can we stop getting the conversation twisted, and can we stop going in circles and address the facts at hand? And if you had something else you wanted to offer, Isness, or Wakita, if you're still with us, as we wrap up, because May Day, and then when we finish with camaraderie, I'm going to close this out and wish everyone well and to stay true to yourself. But there can be only one, what, Isness?
American. But I do have, so from, can you hear?
We hear you, sis.
Okay. From what I heard a lot of information. I just want to know, where can I buy this book? Where can I buy her book at?
It's on Amazon, but you know I'm going to send it to you directly.
No, I just wanted
But
to know so I could find this book on Amazon.
yeah, Who You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide Against the Aboriginal American. And again, for those in the chat or listening on the replay, this is the ongoing discussion of who you calling black and still disabusing that notion. Now, you can be black, call yourself black, choose black. Why don't you just go get your black Bible? It's called the black text. I say that in every conversation I have with people. Do yourself a service. Because the unfortunate thing is, parental situations do not come with an instruction manual, but blackness does. Because the black tax will tell you what type of life you will live from the cradle to the grave. Now, you got it, sis, as we close out.
Yes, I would just like to add that Black is not a nationality. It's not connected to a landmass. There's no country called Black. Black is literally a socio-political construct. It's a designation that has just been made up and utilized by the federal administrative government through the Census Bureau and through OMB with their race and ethnic category standards. So it's something that if you take on that term, you're using it to self-identify. And then you should know what goes along with it, because there's no Indigenous rights under Black. There's no Aboriginal identity under Black, and land rights are based on identity. So what is your status? And Black literally is not a status, it's just a designation. So know what you're identifying by. And please, if you want more information, more details, more resources to look up, I encourage everyone to get a copy of my book. There's over 50 pages of references, and you can look up and reference and resource information to your heart's desire. But it's all pertaining to us. And all the offenses that have and still continue to be perpetrated on us, we have to stand up and speak out on all of this, because it's still going on, the eradication and erasure of our people. And even though it's normalized and most of society thinks nothing of it, but those of us who are the victims, and we're all literally, I know that word victim, a lot of folks may have a problem with it, but we're literally the victims of genocide. And what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do? We at least have to speak up and speak out and denounce it. So I end with that. I give thanks to everyone. Yakoki Lawa, Alabama, thank you so much. Sisters, my sisters on the panel, thank you. Big Dog, thank you so very much, Big Dog. Great peace and power to you, brother. And I'm going to roll Mayday.
Question must be asked of the youth. Who are you?
Can I help you? Yeah, I came to reclaim my birthright.
Peace, this is Mayday. Hear the call, no play. They got the mic check. 1, 2, making sure the message stays straight. This ain't a game, this is closing the ranks. Let's give thanks to the ancestors standing firm upon these ancient riverbanks. A TEP production, yeah, you know the sound and the heat. Camaraderie is the currency. Success is tasting so sweet. Who are we? Where are we? Are we where we need to be? Still rooted in the soil, indigenous. We never deflate. Never deflate, never deflate. Closing the ranks, gotta unify the whole fam. Stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land. Yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's a bomb more potent than any quicksand. Well, closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved. Understand the history. Reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. Isaiah said, make it plain, so the understanding is broad. Demons came with technology, their doctrines are flawed. Troublemakers of the earth, mental sodomies, the method, warmongering thieves. Where they step, everything shredded, the shedding the blood. The delight wherever they arrive, leaving massive voids, destroying everything that was alive. Reclassification scheme, a tactic to steal a terrain from Aboriginal, Indigenous to Negro, back and forth again. In 1 century, they tried to erase our foundation. From black to African American, confusion across the whole nation. But the wise men spoke truth, that shit in the deep stone. Our unity, one voice can never be overthrown. More powerful than atomic bomb, that's the calculation. Let's unite right now, fulfill the true spiritual obligations. In the ranks, gotta unify the whole fam. Stronger together, that's the powerful battle plan. From the soil, from the land, yes, we're taking our stand. Unity's a bomb more potent than any quicksand. Closing the ranks, hear the rhythm, feel the vibration. Protect the culture, the mind, the future of the nation. We were born free, not enslaved. Understand the history. Reclaim the narrative, break the chains of false mystery. No more division, only precision. Power in the vision. We rise as one, dog ranks. Close the mission complete. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Can I help you? Yeah, I came to reclaim my birthright.
And sis, as you close out with the last one, the camaraderie anthem, again, we're not here to be at cross purposes. We want to include all ideas, but also we don't want to be dismissive in error and repeating the lie, the narrative, and the indoctrination. That is targeting the American, known as the Negro. We can no longer tolerate that moving forward. So if we're in camaraderie, it is only in truth, not with lies. Thank you, sis.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. Hands up in the air, unified and bold. Shoulders locked tight, stories untold. This is the camaraderie, the brotherhood flow. We all stand in that for the people we know.
Field Marshal Brother Nazir, never back down. Talk your talk media, word spreads around town. Big Dog, Philly OG, wisdom in his bark. Big Aboriginal power, lighting up the dark. Key Norfolk on the line, speaking truth through the static. Open the knowledge, mind sharp, automatic Shuri's the realest with that unbreakable stance. Bro Sanchez bringing light, giving minds a chance. Dangerous music, Drake Cobb's on the sound, DJ Cuddy spins it. Our anthem hits the ground, T wriggles, Dulcinea. Voices join the crowd, smoke signal in the air, make the ancestors proud.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes, linked by legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. We lift each other higher.
Supreme Chief Holiday, guiding with honor. Voodoo Child channel spirit, the feeling is stronger, no one left behind. Every name is a torch, lighting freedom's path. As we move off the porch, every voice different, but the heart's the same. We paint our own future, signing with our names. Forged by the struggle, united by the fight. One dream, one people, together in the light.
We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes, linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. Hands clasped in a circle, ancestors hear the call. Past, present, future, together we won't fall. From the roots in the soil to the stars in the sky, voices echo strong, let the unity fly. We all stand, we all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes, linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. We lift each other higher. We all rise, act for our people, open up our eyes, linked by our legacy, forged in the fire. This is camaraderie, we lift each other higher. This is for the people, our movement, our pride. This is camaraderie, we stand side by side.
And thank you for everyone that attended, my sisters, my clan mothers, everyone in YouTube land. Peace and love. Keep your head up. Let's all move forward. And I yield.
I appreciate you, Alabama. My sister Angel A, Juanetta, and everybody that came up on the panel. I'm going to close out with hood politics, like we always do, man. Hopefully everybody good. If nobody told y'all they love y'all today, OG and his family love y'all, man. Let's go. And I'm going to shout out as many people in the chat as I can. Let's go.
Out into it.
Make sure I'm sharing the sound real quick.
For the goodness of the lives of the people behind the bars. Feel me?
Now you talking to me.
Shout out Dante.
Goddess of love. The goddess of love.
Now you talking to me.
The goddess of love. The goddess of love.
Now you talking to me.
The goddess of love.
Mama's love.
The goddess of love.
Now you talking to me.
Great light.
The goddess of love. The goddess of love.
Maybach.
Well, you know, it's so despicable. Think about what kind of monster a horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's heart. Take a tragedy like this and use it to advance some weird political
Greatness walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in a system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing homicide. Memories, plotting revenge, it left me traumatized. Coming from the bottom and trying to get to the other side. The greatest motivation in life, watching my mother cry. Big corporations still consider it slaves. Freedom got a price, they call it minimum wage. The money make predators, these descendants that pray. But we ain't never done, new beginnings await. If you ain't fucking with me now, you really think I need y'all? The roller coaster ride of life, it's kinda like a seesaw. But when you get to this view, everything that seems small. It even got these bitches diving mouth first to these balls. Man, shit change when I get in the V, cause I just let my ego drive when I sit in the seats. I mean, I used to be a bummy nigga, simple and clear. Then I cleaned up and turned into the pimp of the year. Any nigga harming a child, is a terrorist. Niggas still believe in the book. Need a therapist. You fly, but you catching the bus. This shit embarrassing. Quick to say you stacking them bucks. This shit hilarious. Niggas thought homie was soft, but he a block nigga. Quiet ones always let off. You gotta watch niggas. Legend is 12 was thirsty and tried to stop niggas. Same cat, him and his mans turned into cop killers.
Authorities say the suspect, age 35, deliberately lured the officers to his home with a 911 call, waiting for them, armed with an AR-15 assault rifle.
Hey yo, the chosen one, light-skinned nigga, yeah, the golden one. Father to the fire with this shit, I control the sun. Niggas did the double cross thing, got his ball sling, put the barrel under his chin, and made his thoughts ring. But fuck the government, the way that it stands. Every branch attached to it, all the way to Japan. I hope niggas break from it, any way that you can. It only take a few steps to walk away from the plan. Shit, I hope niggas wake up, learn we gotta win. School shooting made the news, they turning it to a trend. They wanna keep you dumb and blind. Voting for your favorite crooks, always for the lesser evil, never for the greater good. Can't sleep, one eye open like a cyclops. Can't believe none of they truth, this shit is psyops. The sunset then sunrise, good mornings turn to goodbyes. Meeting at the funeral service, that's when the love dies. Father kills 2-year-old, now that's a monster. Woman shot her husband on live, he need a doctor. Homie didn't make it, of course. See, that's that girl lost. She did that in front of their kids, and the world saw. It's been a few years in this world, been on some crazy shit. Desensitized the mind, they made this shit exist. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. Hood Politics Part 4, my name Dangerous.
Shout out to sponsors, Dangerous Music, the network, man. Appreciate everybody that came through, man. Shout out to Sister Angel A, Sister Wakanda. Make sure y'all get that copy. Who You Calling Black? Everybody have a good night. Peace.